every batch. It will not work. I'm telling you, no. It will not work. Nah, nah. Okay, people. Hello. See here. I'm imitating Mammootty. See here. Mammootty, but crazy, huh? You did it with action and all. Very nice. I could imagine if this and all was not there, if it was a proper mic and all, like you would have. Mammootty was already, he was doing that leg, no. I mean, I did not stop him. One leg is on my pedestal. So whenever he's doing it, I'm becoming like this. So in between, I felt, what if I fall? But yes, if I had fallen, I would have fallen for your song. Yes. Write down all this. Okay. Now people, coming back to interpretation of statutes, yes, as it is, our pen is not working, which rarely did the entire batch. I don't know what happens. Okay. Huh? Our phone rang. Okay, I'll come back. Wait. You guys are in UP, you do not come under my jurisdiction. You're somewhere there. It's like you're in Madhya Pradesh. You're in my jurisdiction. You're not UP. I can say border. You have crossed border. I don't know what is happening there also. Okay, listen. Not what I say, you will not listen. What you say, I will not hear. Shivaji, where is Shivaji? Nice job. One was very traditional singer. One was, what do you call that? Rock and roll? Rock star? Okay, rock star. One was, guess the song. You had everything. Okay, let us start our next chapter, people. Interpretation of statutes. Interpretation of statutes. Okay. Okay, we'll see here. People, concentrate. Hello. Okay, back. So, people, let us do one thing, people. For this chapter, I'll send you the PDF. You guys take a printout of it. Yeah, for this chapter, I'll send you a PDF only. You take a printout of it. Whatever is the thing, I'll directly do. Yeah, because we need to write a lot. It takes a lot of time for us to write this alone. So I'll give you a printout. You can get it tomorrow. But for now, we'll just start it off. Yeah. Okay, now people, let us do iOS. Now concentrate, people. Now, what do I mean by interpretation of statutes? Concentrate. Okay, now what do I mean by interpretation of statutes? Statutes means nothing but, people, whatever are the rules, regulations, laws we have. Now, whenever we are reading it, certain laws will be direct. There will be no confusion as such. It will be easy. Listen. Now, whenever I'm reading it, it will be easier for me to understand when the law is clear. But at times what happens, not every law is perfect. The lawmaker might have made laws, it might be now or it might be in the past, it might be way too back. For example, we were following so many laws like IPC, CRPC and all, which were made in 18th century, 19th century, which was still valid for us. Indian Contract Act, you guys are still using it. When was Indian Contract Act made? 1872, and we still follow it. Now you think a person who has made Indian Contract Act in 1872, would he have thought the world would have become this on that day? Is it even possible? Yes. You know, even to his far-fetched memory, he couldn't have even predicted it. He was living in a generation where if you write a letter, It will reach the other party probably 25, 30, 40 days. And that's what he defined offer, acceptance and all in 1872. So if you try to read Indian Contract Act today, you will find it that this is not sensible at all. This is not making any sense. Are you understanding? Yes. Now, say for example, when we are doing Indian, we were doing company law. I told you in so many places, the law is silent. When law is silent, what are we supposed to do? Always remember, people, we are always coming we are a country which is run by all written laws. We are a codified constitution. That means what? There are rules and regulations imposed on us. We are supposed to and assumed to be living our lives as per those rules and regulations. But the question is, when the rules and regulations are silent, confusing, imperfect, now what do we do? That's the problem. Yes. So one of the good examples also of lack of clear laws, that is our Vodafone case. I think I told you also that 10,000 odd crore case. What happened in that case? I told you. Indian government had to repay the money with interest. Yes or no? If you remember, I told you this. I don't know which chapter, but I remember telling it to you. Yeah, the Vodafone case law. Now, when the law is not perfect, is when people will do something. There will be a conflict. Now, A will file a case on B. The matter will go to court. Now, in the court, what is the judge's responsibility? Judge's responsibility, people, is to follow the law. He will read the rule book. Now, if the rule book says what you have done is not fair, if the rule book says so, then you are punishable. If the rule book says what you have done is fair, then you are not punishable. That's what is the entire position of a judge. As simple as that. But the problem is, people, what does the judge do when your law is silent? If it is clear, I can tell whether what we did is right or wrong. When the rule or when the law is unclear, when it is vague, and we have filed a case on the other party, in this scenario, what does the judge decide? We are fighting in the court. How do I say what A did is wrong or what B did is wrong? How do I decide it when I don't have a clear law? That's why, remember, interpretation of statutes is always done by a judiciary. So what is interpretation of statutes? When the law is silent, when the law is ambiguous, when law is unclear, the judges try to understand and they try to build the law. Because law is unclear, but the parties are right in front of him. I have to say who did right, who did wrong. Now, what does the judge try to do? The judge will try to, say for example, if there is a conflict in Indian Contract Act, the judge will try to see under what circumstances these laws were made. 1872. That time, what was the scenario? They try to go through the case. They try to go through the law. And they will try to interpret, okay, this is what the judge might have meant. Are you getting it? Now, for example, I don't know if I've explained you or not. If I'll tell you the best example of, the Vodafone case only. What had happened in Vodafone case? There is one, in short, I'll tell you. There is one company called as Hutch. Yeah? There is one company called as Hutch. Where was Hutch? Hutch was in India. In Hutch, people, there was another company which was holding the majority. So this was a subsidiary company. There was a holding company on Hutch. Let us imagine, ease of understanding, this company as A. Now this company A also had a holding company. That company was called as B. Understanding, all of you? So there was a company called B. The company B was, it was like this. Company B was holding shares in company A. Company A was holding shares in company H. Now, this was time of 2000, that decade. Now, where the telecom industry in India is booming. So there was one market giant who was established outside India. They wanted to come into India. Now, who was this person? This company was called as Vodafone. Vodafone wanted to come to India. Now, Vodafone can come to India in two ways. One, they can start building everything from scratch. Like, you have to get a telecom license, 2G spectrum, 3G spectrum, you have to invest in that. You have to build an infrastructure, you have to build networks, you have to hire people, time consuming. It is left to you. If you think it is 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, as the case may be. That is one way. Second way, people, there are already people who have established their businesses in India. Directly go and acquire them and rename your brand. So they already have infrastructure, they already have employees, they already have the entire towers. Easiest is to acquire the person who has already established, yes or no? So Vodafone decided to acquire the company, and that is how they wanted to enter into Indian market. Simple so far. Now what did they do? In Income Tax Act, people, we had a section. The section says, if you make any contract, if you buy anything, if there is any capital profit that arises, you have to pay a tax on it. Something like LTCG, STCG and all you would have read. I have to pay a capital gain tax on it. There was a law. Now what did Vodafone do? Vodafone came up with a plan. Now what was the plan? Vodafone went and approached this company called as Company B. And they said, hey, you have shares in Company A, no? How many shares you have? They said, we have around 67% of shares in Company A. Can you do one thing? Can you sell me all the shares of Company A? Can you give it to us? Is it okay? Company B said, okay, but this is what is the value. It was a huge amount. Yeah. It was around 10 or 11 billion dollars. 1 billion is how much? 100 crores. 100 crore dollars. The valuation of this particular deal was somewhere coming to people 50-60,000 crores. That was the value. Are you getting the point? So what did Vodafone do? Vodafone said, whatever the shares you have in this company B, Company A, can you please give it to us? And they sold all the shares, people. So Vodafone became the shareholder of Company A. Huh? I don't know what is the problem. Wait, okay, 1 second. Okay, you first finish it. Now, story over there. Now, people, what is this? Now, Vodafone acquired all the shares of Company A. Now, where was Company A, people? Company A, this entire deal is happening currently where the entire thing is happening, people, in an island called as Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands, people, is a tax haven country. No tax. So Vodafone purchases Company A in a place, that place, entire transaction is happening in Cayman Islands. Now all of a sudden in India, this Hutch was there, no? Hutch is in India, this company was in India. Are you getting the structure? B was somewhere, A was somewhere, but H was in India. Now what happened? All of a sudden in Indian market, all our ads, in fact Hutch was one of the popular advertising company. They were bang on with their particular ads. In fact, today if you guys see that dog called as Pug, the Pug dog is famous because of them. Hutch. I don't know if you guys have heard, a lot of people call that dog also as Hutch puppy. Why Hutch? Hutch is the company name. That's why they call it as Hutch. Hutch made it popular. Yeah. Their ad was, there used to be a boy. This pug goes wherever the boy goes. And their tagline was, wherever you go, our network follows. That was their ad. Any 90s kid, you tell them, they will tell you the tagline. That is how strong their marketing was. Yes. Now, what happened? All of a sudden, right in front of our eyes, the Hutch branding started changing. All the ads became Hutch, became Vodafone. Our cellular networks started showing it as Vodafone. The SIM cards were showing as Vodafone. Ads in the TVs started showing it as Vodafone. Now one day income tax government is saying, Macha, what happened to Hutch? Why is it showing as Vodafone? Show their accounts. Did anything happen? Nothing happened. In India, nothing happened. What happened in India? Did they come and buy Hutch? No, nothing happened. Everything is happening in Cayman Islands. Now income tax government got to know, okay, they have acquired the parent company, and because of that, there is a rebranding happening, and because of that, they also got a subsidiary company along with it. And they're rebranding the entire companies into Vodafone. Hello? Income tax government sent a notice to Vodafone to pay a tax of around 10,000, 11,000 odd crores. Because there is a capital transfer, there is a transfer of assets, you need to pay us capital gains. They sent a notice. Now Vodafone said, they took your income tax act, they opened, if I'm not wrong, it's section 9. They opened that section and they said, sir, please read your own section. It said any transaction that happens in India, the effect of which, if you are buying, selling, or if you are transferring your capital assets, there is going to be a tax. Vodafone said, sir, we are so sorry, we did not do anything in India. Again, I'll say, section said, anything happens in India. They said, we did not do anything in India. We did not buy an asset in India. We did not sell an asset in India. We did not transfer a property in India. We did not do anything in India. Vodafone did not pay anything, and hence the Commissioner of Income Tax went to Bombay High Court and filed a case. Bombay High Court gave the ruling in favor of Government of India, and it passed an order that Vodafone has to pay the tax of 11,000 odd crores. Vodafone challenged the case. It went to Supreme Court. And while the case was happening, people, what happened was Supreme Court finally passed an order saying that what? Now, again, the arguments are happening in the court as well. So, in the Supreme Court, Vodafone said, sir, this is very unjust because your section clearly says, if I do anything in India, if I transfer an asset, if I buy an asset, if I do any such thing, I'm taxable. Agreed. I did not do anything in India. You can this is an example. You can imagine, sir, there is a fruit basket in a shopping complex. They have priced the fruit basket as $5. I went and I purchased the basket. Sir, inside the basket, there are fruits. I did not mean to buy the fruits. I meant to buy the basket. I got the fruits with it. So I meant to buy company A. I got Hutch with it. I did not mean to buy Hutch. What did I actually buy? Did I buy Hutch? I purchased a company which is in Cayman Islands. What is it to do with you in India? What did I do in India? What happened in India? Why should I pay tax? Vodafone said, backed up is a crazy law team. And you will not believe, in Supreme Court was convinced and they said one word. If at all the lawmaker wants to enforce a particular thing, your law has to be clear on it. Now, whatever is the transaction done by Vodafone, they have done as per the law. And according to the law, this transaction cannot be taxed because, as you have rightly written, that nothing happened in India. And you wrote in bold, any transaction that takes place in India is taxable. Hello? Supreme Court people struck down the judgment passed by Bombay High Court. They reversed the order and they said, people, you need to pay back the 11,000 crore to the Indian government. Meanwhile, Vodafone had deposited 11,000 crore. They had paid and they went for an appeal. Now, people, the Indian government were passed an order to repay the money with the interest. And they paid an interest of around 57 crores along with the 11,000 crores back to Vodafone. Learning of the law, any law, no law. Remember, it is never perfect. And what did Indian government do? Indian government people, they passed an amendment. They said the intention of the lawmaker is, when I say anything happens in India, they said directly or indirectly, and they put it in the bracket. That means what? You do any transaction, whether in India or outside India, but the effect is in India, even that can also be taxed. They brought an amendment. Hello? They brought an amendment. Now, amendment is effective from when? They brought the amendment, let us imagine, in the year 2018. So, from when is the amendment effective? So, I passed an audit today. Let us imagine, I passed it on 1st April 2018. I passed it today. From when is the amendment effective? From 1st April 2018? The Indian government said the amendment will be effective from 1961. That is, you need to read the law like this, not from today, from the day the law was made. And they filed a reverse case in international arbitration on Vodafone. Indian government did not leave. And you will not believe the backlash that the Indian government faced. In fact, Pranab Mukherjee was the president back then. In a lot of interviews, Pranab Mukherjee was questioned on how safe is any transaction in India. Tomorrow you guys change a law and you say it is not from today, it is from the day you were born. Then whatever I did becomes, it's wrong. Hello? And finally in the year 2018, Indian government lost the international arbitration case also. Yes, everything iOS. Now you tell me, law is unclear. In the judge we are fighting. Now you think of the position of judge. 11,000 crores case is deciding. What should I say? Law is unclear, but it is very clear what they are doing. What to do? Understanding? Now this is a perfect case of people. iOS, interpretation of statutes. Understanding, all of you? So always remember the role of a judge is to read the law as it is. The judge, whether you are a district court judge, high court judge or supreme court judge, your hands are always people buckled with laws and words. Now a judge might be passing an order. I've seen many instances. You know it is unfair. If I pass this, you know that people will struggle. Or the other party, you are doing injustice to him. You know. But people, remember, you have to go with not what is right to you. You have to go with what is written in the law. But if the law is unclear, people, the judge will have to use circumstances to think, how should I present this particular scenario? And that scenario is called as people iOS. Understood? All of you? Pakka? So remember, in a law can be vague always. Whenever we are not understanding the law, we always have two helps for us when we are not understanding any law. One is called as people internal helps and external helps. Internal, you will get it in the law only. How and all, we will see. We have it in syllabus. External help, you will get it in two ways. One is called as, so external help is of two ways. One is called as people General Clauses Act. The next one is called as interpretation of statutes. These two serve the same purpose. Hello? Understanding? General Clauses Act is an act, but interpretation of statutes is not an act. It is just certain rules to help the judge to solve a ambiguous position. So whenever we are confused in court, what to do? So these are nothing but certain rules that may help a judge to come out of an ambiguous position. Understood? All of you? Pakka? Yes. So remember, in this chapter, you will be seeing a lot of different types of Latin maxims like principles. You will be seeing a lot. Try your best to remember that. Yes, consistent revision will help it. Don't try to revise 2-3 times and expect you to remember those words. It will not work. Clear all of you? Okay. Sir, now coming to what is interpretation, what is construction? There are two things, people. One is called as interpretation, one is called as construction. Sir, what do I mean by interpretation? What do I mean by construction? Interpretation means, people, the lawmaker would have written a particular law. I will try to understand that law as it is to the best of my abilities. I'll put myself, okay, this is what he meant. Okay, like this. I'll try to understand to the best of my knowledge. When I try to do that, people, it is called as interpretation. Interpretation means I'm trying to understand what the lawmaker has meant. The second thing is called as, people, construction. Now, what do I mean by construction? Construction means, people, the plain words, if I read the words as it is not making any sense. I cannot pass a law. First thing. Second one, the law, when it was made, it might be outdated. And I cannot apply it to today's date. As it is, I can't do cut, copy, paste. Now, what will the judge try to do? The judge will try to do something called as construction. Now, what do I mean by construction? To understand this, you see this example. What does it say? Okay, see, there is a question in front of the court. What is this question? It says, no vehicles are allowed in the park. No vehicles are allowed in the park. There is a signboard that you are not supposed to bring any vehicles. Comment on the statement. Now what happened? There is a park, people, in that they have clearly written a signboard that no vehicles are allowed. One day what happened? One student was taking a cycle into the park. One of the person who is walking there started making it a big scenario. He started saying something, you're not supposed to get a cycle. He said, no. Who said no to a cycle? Now conflict started. Now what happened? Along with this cyclist, there were other people also. Who were there? There was a person who was traveling in a wheelchair. Yeah, like a motor driven one, you would have seen. So he was also going inside. And there were another set of parents who were pushing their, the toddler in a cradle, what do you call it? Stroller. Yes. Now, stroller was also there, cycle was also there, wheelchair was also there. Now the conflict is, people, can these things enter the park? The park has a clear signboard that no vehicles allowed. That is what they are telling you. Now tell me, what is vehicle? Is it defined somewhere? A vehicle means what? Is it having something engine or wheels? Or it goes on its own? What is vehicle? Hello? Are you understanding? Now this is the rule. No vehicles allowed. If at all the judge tries to copy paste the decision and say, oh, vehicle means what? Anything that is not walking. Cycle is also vehicle only. Say even that automatic wheelchair is also vehicle only. Stroller also is vehicle only. If the judge applies that, then what am I trying to do? I'm not able to give you a proper justice. It does not suit today's date. Or what do you say as a vehicle? Something which emits, I don't know, pollution, or which runs on. Now, where is it defined? Now, if the court wants to pass a judgment in this scenario, interpretation won't work. Construction will work. What is construction? Understanding today's scenario. What do I actually mean by vehicle? On that day, the person wouldn't have thought there will be an invention called a stroller, an automatic wheelchair. He wouldn't have thought of all of this. And second thing is, irony, we cannot name what these things come under. Now, if I have to tell you guys, come under a category or a criteria, what will you name these things as? We don't know. What will we call this as? Hello? Are you understanding? Now, for example, there is one more. When we come, when I'm coming to, academy, there is one road that I get. In that they have written people, what is that? No four-wheelers allowed. Yeah. Now what happened? Autos will go. What is the intention there? They think there are two. One is two-wheelers, four-wheelers. Or the next category is people, the heavy truck vehicles. Nowhere in your life you would have seen a signboard written for three-wheeler. Have you ever seen? Now what is the intention? One auto went. I'm telling you a real life scenario. Now the police stopped. The police is telling, I have clearly written Noda, one way, you're not supposed to enter. He said that is for car. Define. Now the matter goes to court. How do you resolve it? Interpretation won't help. If I go with interpretation, 4 means 4. This has 3. You can come. Hello? Are you understanding? Now people, if construction is used, construction says the intention of the lawmaker is to make sure any car of that particular size, I wouldn't say car, any vehicle of that particular size, if you come, you will block the road. That is my intention. When the judge is trying to think so much, it's called as construction. Understanding? Interpretation, read it as it is. Construction, try to understand the scenario. That is not written in the law. You need to use your brain. It's called as what people? Construction. Understood? Hello? Pakka? Okay. So that is what is given in interpretation and construction. You guys understood what is the interpretation, what is construction? Okay. Now, sir, coming to, there is something called as certain definitions that is given in interpretation of statutes. Now, what is this definition? The first definition is called as people document. What do you mean by document? They are telling you, what is document? Paper? Paper as an evidence? Paper which is stamped is called as document. Which can be used as evidence is called as document. Where we can store record is called as document. Now people remember, according to the law, they are telling you, if you have to become a document people, 4 things are to be satisfied it seems. So they are telling you in a document people, there are 4 elements. What is that? One is called matter, one is called substance, means and record. Sir, what do I mean by matter? Matter means people, something that defines the purpose of the document. That means people, nothing but heading. For example, you take a rental agreement. The matter there, people, is nothing but people. It says it's a rental deed, rental agreement. You take a partnership agreement. It says partnership deed. That's the matter. What is the matter? Matter is nothing but something which tells what is the purpose of the document. The next one is called as people substance. What do you mean by substance? Substance is nothing but people. There is one more thing. There is something called as means. What do I mean by substance? What do I mean by means? Substance means people on what the things are written is called as substance. For example, if you take paper, paper is called as a substance. The third thing is called as people means. Means what people? How do we express? What did we express? For example, was it numbers? Was it words? Was it symbols? That is called as means. The fourth one is called as people record. How did I express? Using a pen? Using a pencil? That is called as record. Now, why is this 4 things important, people? Because remember, if it is a document, then we can submit it in the court as an evidence. If it is not a document, I cannot submit it in the court as evidence. Hello? Now try to listen. In the case of Ayodhya, you know the Ayodhya case that was going on? I mean, Ayodhya case, people, you know, it's a generational old case going on for ages and ages. I'm just interpreting the law. Take law as law. Yeah. Imagine the case is going. There were that particular case has been adjourned for, I don't know the time immemorial. For decades, the case has been pushed for next decade. It's been coming until a time, people, where recently, that the case was, it went in the favor of that Ayodhya Ram Mandir, and the Ayodhya Ram Mandir won the case. Now the question is, how did they prove? Question is simple. The question was, who came first? That is the reason the entire case has been pending till date. Understand the case as case. Don't become judgmental. Don't go to anything. Let us understand the case as case. If not, I cannot teach you iOS. Yeah, there is lot of cases. Yeah. So understand the case as case. So say party A says that we came first. Party B says we came first. And they said, no, they occupied us. The other party said, no, they occupied us. How do you prove who came first? Were you there? You were there? Your lawyer arguing was there? Neighbor was there? Something that happened in 18th, 19th century, who is alive to come and say this is what had happened? Now, how can a judge pass? Are you understanding? It's not difficult to pass a judgment, but the judge knows if I do not pass a judgment on a fair evidence, tomorrow people will come and pelt stones on my family. It's very difficult to stay in this country. You will take it personally, of course. Now, how do I give the judgment? Remember, people, you know what was the evidence that won the case for Ayodhya Ram Mandir today? It was a stone. And the stone was the evidence because the stone was considered as document in that particular records. Why? Now, whenever people, you enter into a monument, you go to any place, it can be a palace, it can be kingdoms, it can be temples, it can be church, it can be masjid, it can be anything. Outside, they would have written something on a stone. Today's date, we are following whatever we want. Those days, what were we doing? They were carving everything on stones. So one stone which was taken from that site as an evidence which was submitted in the court, it had the scriptures of something which clearly said, according to the court, that the Ram Mandir was there first. Why? Now just try to think, be broad-minded and see whether does this stone, can it be given as an evidence? Does it satisfy our document definition? There are 4 things. Matter. First thing they say, the title of the temple was there. That's why you get a temple's name everywhere. Or any monument, anything, you will get a name. That's the matter, substance. You guys said paper, but I'm saying on anything it is written, it's a substance. Stone is also a substance. The third thing is what people means. I said pen, it can be a chisel. That is only called as what means. How did I write? That is called as means. The fourth one is called as people record. Record means what people? Record is nothing but how did we write? Means means what people? It's nothing but words, letters, or scriptures, figures, as the case may be. That's the meaning of means. The fourth one is called as people record. Record means how did you make the scriptures, or as the case may be. So record here is, in our case, it was chisel. So satisfying the 4 things, people, the stone was considered to be an evidence and they won the case, and that's how the Ayodhya Mandir case went. And can I consider it as an evidence or not? Answer is yes. And time changed. Correct? All of this is in IPC, 18th century. Time changed. That means what? According to those days, everything will be in a written form. Now time changed. Hello? Now pen drives came. It's not in written form. Now the question is, can I consider it as a evidence or not? We have an example, people. Yes, even the pen drive can also be considered as a evidence. Are you understanding? Because time has changed. Now, can I go with this? Is it written permanently? So I can't use it. Construction. Yes, it is said. Even the pen drive, even those things can also be considered as evidence today. For example, let us imagine now Pramod goes to Nandi Hills. Have you gone to Pramod? Which hills you have gone? Something you would have gone to tell. Ooty. See, I'll tell you why he went. He went to Ooty. Pramod went. Pramod did the trekking. He went to the hilltop. He took one chalk piece. He started the poet in him started wakening up. Janu, I love you, Janu. Promotion now. Yes, people. So Pramod wrote, I love you, Janu there. Who knows, people? His children tomorrow can present this in the court as evidence. Yes. So people, this is only called as what people document. This is document. Why? Try to think. Chalk piece, matter, love letter. What is this? Figure. I mean, I mean to say, heart shape. So it can be letter, alphabet. Yes. Okay. People, Egypt. Egypt is completely, they follow what? Symbols. Shape. They follow, show? We'll see on the National Geography documentary, we'll see. Yeah? Tutankhamun. Okay. Yes, people. So remember all these. That's why then how can you say Egypt is one of the most, I mean, of course, we can say that in terms of civilization, they are considered to be the oldest written scriptures available. Everything is written. I don't know if you guys follow. For me, people, Egypt is like a bucket list. Yeah. I'll tell you, when I go to Egypt, I don't need Ola Uber. I only know where to go. I would have at least seen, 80, 90 documentaries. In fact, you'll not believe. One point of time, they had released one movie in PVR. Documentary, 4 hours. I went and watched it. You ask me, I know. How they used to store mummies also, I know. Everything I know. Anything else? Biology theory, I'll show. So, I mean, crazily good. The way they had it back then. They had taught all of that. Okay, now understood, Yes, So people, this is only called as what people, what? It is called as document. Hello? Any doubts? Hello? Okay, now people see here. Classification of interpretation. Interpretation can be classified into 4 things. Technically 2 and then 4. Okay, see here people. Concentrate. Jano. Now people, interpretation can be classified into 2 things. One is called as legal interpretation. One is called as doctrinal interpretation. Legal, doctrinal. Now, what do I mean by legal interpretation? Legal interpretation can be further classified into 2. One is called as authentic, one is called as usual. What do I mean by authentic? Authentic means what people generally we say, no? Macha, you try dosa there, it is the most authentic. Macha, you go to 5 AM Dorne biryani, Allah yadada. Oskote biryani, macha, adda authentic. Bere Allah, it's not original. Authentic means what? Traditional. Sir, that is traditional. You are kalti. Authentic means people. What is authentic? That is considered as genuine. That is the right one. That's the original. Correct. I'll take that also. Yes, sir. I see you. People, authentic means people nothing but, now let us imagine when I'm trying to understand a particular word's meaning. Now I do not know how to understand it. So the first way of interpretation is people, authentic interpretation. Authentic is nothing but check in the whole book if that particular word is derived. If the word is already explained in the book, That is only called as what people? Authentic interpretation. Where the legislator himself would have told you how to understand that. Sir, give us an example. Associate company. Associate company means a company in which other company has significant influence. Oh, you know, I'm scared. What does significant influence means? He has only explained it. Significant influence means people 20% are controlling. Hello? Now, when he has explained it, that is only called as authentic interpretation. So, it's the judge's responsibility to read what the legislator has explained first. If he has explained, your hands are tied. You are not supposed to use your brain. Hello. Are you getting it? Sir, second way, people remember, not everything is possible to be interpreted. The best example I can give you is people, the biggest example I can give you is, let us imagine, Pramod, okay, da, you want to be an example, okay, da? Pramod, I love you. Yes. Now people, what is that? What do you mean by usual? Usual means people nothing but, now Pramod wants to get married. Yes. Now only I should speak, none of you should speak. Okay, now people here, Pramod wants to get married. Pramod, how do you get married? Now none of you should speak. If you, I'll throw you out. Pramod, tell you, how will you get married? Let us normally say, no joke here. How will you get married? See groom first. Aha, Anna started from scratch. Tell the shadigot.com, you'll open one website. You'll create one account, user account. I said, how will you get married? Anna went to process. Sir, wait, tell that. He said, groom. Okay, we'll go to Shakti. We don't want. This example is going against Supreme Court. I don't want to make controversies. Okay, it's okay, people. We are all broad-minded society. Accept it. It's okay. Pramod, I'll come to your home and I'll fight for you. You don't worry. I am there, Pramod. If needed, entire academy, I'll get it to you. Okay. First you'll see groom and you'll first fix the marriage. And how will you actually get married? What is the point you'll say, okay, you both are married? Sign? Registration? That's how you guys do? Generally, how do you guys get married? Pramod, wait. Generally, in your community, how do you get married? You'll bring one register to the Kalyan Mandapa, you sign, that's how you do. And whoever is a priest come to witness, and you'll burn that book and you'll turn around. Hey, how would you get married? Going to temple, okay. Wait, it is his marriage. I'll come to yours later. Wait. Wait, Nadikya first day, none of you should speak. I know this. Wait, Yoppa. I knew I should not take this up. Okay, tell da. He's going to temple. It is his marriage, da. Tell da. Going to temple is marriage, Hey, tell da. You yaro nanig bekar bit ella aitadane. Macha, what point you will tell marriage is done? Poor groom. He did signing, he did witness, he did temple tour, everything. Marriage atta illa. Okay, now wait. He's not yet done. Wait. Okay, now listen, wait. Pramod, how many knots? 3. Now my question, why 3? Tradition? So my question is, if you tied 2 knots, that means this marriage is not valid? Wait, hey, if anyone speak now, I'll take your example. Akshata and Matadala, permanent silent mode. Yes, Pramod. Now, if you tie 2 knots, they listen. We are ending with marriage only. No, wait. Now, people, now let us imagine, Pramod, you tied 2 knots. Is it considered as marriage? Only 2. 2 is considered as marriage. From behind, your mother will come and hit her. Hey, Yenada ni, third knot, Yenada, Avanda Kattikada. You should not tie a third. Third knot, he will only tie. Third knot, he will only tie. Then? Alright, sorry, listen up. Okay, people. So now what did you learn? What did you learn? We learned different interpretations. Okay, people. Now the question is, if you actually think, if you go to each and every of our religion, we have our own ways of marriage or whatever it is. Now, for example, another example we had, now it has been considered as unconstitutional, but we had something like that only, right? Triple talaq was that, right? What is triple talaq? You say talaq 3 times was considered as a divorce. That is according to Islamic rules. Yes. Now, 1 second, wait. That's why I'm telling you, this chapter, if you guys are not broad-minded, no, I'll not teach. And I can teach. Listen, what, Venala? Sir, she's like, you take Pramod again, you continue the story. No, people, listen here. Now, hey, listen, hey, no? Harish is like, I pointed, sir, sorry, sir. What is your name, sir? Directly surrendered. Harish, anyways, we are towards the end. It's okay. One more chapter, what I will do? Pramod is like, sir, that person is Harish only. Hey, example, fellow. Now, here, concentrate. No, concentrate. No, okay, here. Now, people, now, for example, where is it written that if Pramod ties third knot only is considered as? Where is it written? Day. People remember on that day, his grandmother or mother will come and tell Pramod, 3 knot, 2 3 ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಡ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾಳಿಡ ನೀನಿಡ ಅದು ಪೋಚ ನಾನು ಪೋಚ. Now people, remember people, listen da. Now people, wait, now listen. Now people listen da. So, now whatever mother or grandmother comes and tells you is the law there. And that is only called as what people, usual interpretation. Usual means what? The words are not having a defined or a dictionary meaning. Now, if I look at what is marriage, it will not be defined as 3 knots anywhere directly written. Which law made? Our constitution made it. How can they say 3 only? Why not 5? So that the knot will be strong. Hello? That I'm saying, listen. Allah, correct, no? Yes? Now, people, this is because it can be any tradition, people. However we started, those days our communities followed that. Our respective communities followed that. Whatever, whichever communities we are from. The best example I can give you is these 2. One is marriage here. One is, I said you, triple talaq. That was also considered as what? That is a usual interpretation. That is, these laws are called as customary laws, customs. Customs are nothing but whatever we have been following becomes law. Understanding? Hello? That is the second type of legal interpretation. Understood? Customs. Hello? Yes? Because you can't go and challenge this in any court. Hello? Next one is people, doctrinal. Doctrinal people is a second type of interpretation. What is that? People, this is following the rules. Here we are trying to find the true meaning. So here also let us imagine when we are trying to read a law, we have a confusion. The first thing we try to do, we try to search the grammatical meaning. In general, what does that word mean? If grammatical meaning is not making sense, the last thing we are going to do is called as people logical interpretation, or you can even call it as construction. What is logical is this chapter. Understood so far? Hello? Hello? Okay. Now people, why do we need interpretation construction? I told you that vehicles. Correct? Now, see here, what does the law say? Rules of interpretation or construction. There are two rules. One is called as primary rules. One is called as secondary rules. People, look at me. In the first glance, you will not understand. It will take time. But don't give up. It will take time. And I'm telling you, I'll make you understand. You will get convinced, but have patience. You will pakka understand. Interpretation is not something you can by heart. First, understand the meaning. Hang on to some words there, which will make you remember the concept. Hello? Pramod, I love you, da. We both are friends, da. Hey, Akshata, next I'll take your story. Audible? Take remote, da. Remote is there, da. Meanwhile, take the remote also, da. Both are there. So, audio volume full. It's working. Hello. Can I play the audio now? The video? Yeah. Why are not coming?
And also improving your institution of contributing better to the cause of justice.
Do you, at what point in your life, कौन से point पे ऐसा होता है कि आप इस fact से okay हो जाते हो कि मैं कोई भी decision लूँ, right, wrong, good?
Improvement.
Fair.
And also improving your institution of contributing better to the cause of justice.
Do you, at what point in your life, कौन से point पे ऐसा होता है कि
Hey,
आप
1 second, बेटा.
इस फैक्ट से ओके हो जाते हो कि मैं कोई भी डिसीजन लूँ, राइट,
one second,
रॉन्ग,
wait.
गुड, बैड, आई डोंट नो, कोई किसी भी फेवर में लूँ, पार्टी ए, पार्टी बी, जो भी डिसीजन,
Life said.
लाइफ अफेक्ट होंगी. एंड एज अ सुप्रीम
Online
कोर्ट
audible,
जज,
अड़ा?
तो यू नो कि फाइनल
He is a Supreme Court judge, Chief Justice of India. Now, this was a very good podcast for people who follow law and all. This is very good. Yeah, he tries to explain you how difficult it is to be a judge. So, the first rule of interpretation is this. Listen.
Improvement.
Fair.
And also improving your institution of contributing better to the cause of justice.
Do you, at what point in your life, कौन से point पे ऐसा होता है कि आप इस फैक्ट से ओके हो जाते हो कि मैं कोई भी डिसीजन लूँ, राइट, रॉन्ग, गुड, बैड, आई डोंट नो, कोई किसी भी फेवर में लूँ, पार्टी ए, पार्टी बी, जो भी डिसीजन, लाइफ अफेक्ट होंगी. एंड एज अ सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज, तो यू नो कि फाइनल डेस्टिनेशन है. अब इसके बाद तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा लाइफ अफेक्ट हो सकती है किसी की भी. इट्स, यू डोंट नो, मे बी पूरी सिटी, पूरी कंट्री, पूरा कम्युनिटी, टाउन, bunch of things that are
Absolutely.
और कोई भी डिसीजन लो, एक साइड की लाइफ अफेक्ट होगी. तो एट व्हाट पॉइंट इन योर करियर ये बॉदर करना बंद हो जाता है?
You guys understood? So in a judge, whenever he says A won the case, B won the case, and you're sitting in the highest court, after that they don't have any other petition to make, when will it stop affecting you as a judge? That I'm going to, you know, fall in the eyes of one community. I'm going to do something bad to one community, because if I pass in favor of one, I'm affecting others. Doesn't it affect you as a person? And look at the answer he gives, it's very good.
देखिए, बॉदर करना कभी बंद नहीं हो जाता है.
यू ऑलवेज थिंक कि मैं कुछ भी डिसीजन लूँ या तो लोगों की लाइफ खराब हो सकती है, बन सकती है, जान जा सकती है, नहीं जा सकती है. ऑलवेज दीज थॉट्स.
हाँ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मान लीजिए किसी के किसी घर को डिमोलिश कर दिया है. हमारे सामने एक मामला आया था, एक जर्नलिस्ट थे, उनके घर को शायद महाराजगंज में थे, मुझे आई एम नॉट मे बी रॉन्ग अबाउट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट यूपी में. उनका घर बिना कोई नोटिस दिए हुए, बिना कुछ उनको ड्यू प्रोसेस दिए हुए, उनका घर डिमोलिश हो गया था. अब हमने उनके फेवर में निर्णय दिया, पर मान लीजिए उनके खिलाफ जाता, घर तो चला गया ना. मान लीजिए किसी का घर रोड वाइडनिंग के लिए डिमोलिश हो रहा है, मे बी दे आर अनऑथराइज्ड ऑक्यूपेंट्स, उनको कोई टाइटल नहीं है ज़मीन पर आपको ये तो लगता है कि भाई उनके बच्चे हैं वहाँ पर, उनकी फैमिलीज़ हैं. अब कई बार ये भी तो है कि यू डिसाइड, यू आर गवर्न बाय द रूल ऑफ लॉ, right? So you're not like just some king emperor sitting there. आपको you have to decide in accordance with law, because the law determines what is fair, what is just. So आपको law के तहत निर्णय देना है. And in that sense, you know, every case, किसी की पेंशन का सवाल है. मान लीजिए कोई जवान है, नॉर्मल बहुत केसेस ऐसे आते हैं कि आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ज्वाइन करने के बाद उनको डिसेबिलिटी हो गई. अब वो पेंशन चाहते हैं, कई बार उनका पेंशन रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं कि आपकी जो डिसेबिलिटी है वो प्री एग्जिस्टिंग डिसेबिलिटी थी, ये सर्विस से डिसेबिलिटी बढ़ी नहीं, ना ही ये सर्विस की वजह से पैदा हुई डिसेबिलिटी. सो यू हैव टू डिसाइड कि भाई इसको ब्लड प्रेशर जो हुआ जिसकी वजह से उसको बोर्ड आउट कर दिया आर्मी से, क्या उनकी सर्विस लद्दाख में थी, हाइट्स पे थी, जिसकी वजह से उनको ये डिसेबिलिटी हो गई. अब आप उसको मान लीजिए उनको पेंशन आप मना करते हैं, आपके लिए तो क्या, जज के लिए डिसमिस्ड यही कहना है एक शब्द, पर रिलीफ देने के लिए आपको बहुत ज़्यादा सोचना पड़ता है, क्योंकि रिलीफ जब किसी को आप देते हो, सो यू हैव टू प्लेस दैट मैटर विद इन द फोर कॉर्नर्स ऑफ लॉ. ये नहीं मैं कह सकता हूँ कि मैं सोचता हूँ उसने देश के लिए काम किया, हाँ दे दो उसको, ऐसा नहीं होता है. चाहे उसने देश के लिए भी काम किया हो, जैसे कि जवान हो अपने आर्मी में, पर आपको उसको रिलीफ देना है, उसको डिसेबिलिटी पेंशन देना है, तो आपको उसको लॉ के तहत उसको रिलीफ देना है.
Understood what he said? there are 3-4 cases. One of the case where one of a army soldier, he lost one of his arm or leg. He became disabled and he applied for pension. And according to the rules, the pension, he is not eligible for it. And because of that, he has to say that your order is dismissed. I can't give you pension. And whom? He's speaking about a soldier who has served there. Now the question is, Rajshaman is asking him, won't it bother you? A soldier who has fought for the nation is applying for the pension because he has become disabled. And you have to say, remember, you're not being a king there. I'm not an emperor. I can't say what is right, what is wrong. The government has put me to read this book and come and say, have you done as per this? If you have done, I would say, yes, what you did is right. If you have not done as per that, I have to say what you have done is wrong. Another example he gave is, there was a road widening thing. Around 3 generations have stayed in that home. So it has so happened that there are 5 homes. They have all been ancestral. It's been around 50, 60 years. They have all been staying in that place only. And also there were some slums. They have been staying there. What is that? There is no title for your occupancy. You have been staying there. You have been there. Like Dharavi. So it's been ages they have been staying there. They all got a road widening notice. Now what happened? The 5 people who were ancestrally inherited, they got the value of the land and they also got TDR, transferable development rights. Interpretation of statutes, I'll tell you. Yes, just because you show me evidence, sound earlier. Now see here, people, I forgot something. Yes, sir. Now people, the 5 people got TDR and they got the compensation for the land. Now tell about the occupants who were staying there for 20 years. See, they are there. There are so many settlers like that, right? No one will question them. They will live there. They'll continue to live there. And eventually government will give them a house, allotment somewhere. Now road widening people, you don't have a title document. You will not get 1 rupee compensation. And that's what he's telling. The people there have children. They also have built their home. But my hands are tied. I can't do anything from my heart. Day 1, what I told you, you have to think from your brain, not from your heart. What you see is what you have to believe, is what you have to interpret, is what you have to pass a judgment. Are you understanding? All of you? Yes, that is our first rule of interpretation, people. When the law is clear, when the rule is clear, the judge cannot do anything. You have to read the word as it is. It might be causing you pain. You might be saying that is a soldier who has worked for you. You have to read the law as it is. You can't make changes. That's how our government is formed. And that's why we call 3 organs of government. Hello? Understood? So when a Supreme Court judge, the highest court judge comes and says, it takes us a lot of time for us to come out. He says he's a retired person. He is around 70-year-old. His father was a Chief Justice. It's a very good scenario. If possible, try to go through. There is one section, probably tomorrow I'll show you, section 497 of IPC. He has, so you can imagine, the Supreme Court judge in 90s had passed one judgment. He is his son. He rewrote the judgment the other way. He passed his father's decision. He scrapped it. He passed another judgment which is relevant to today's law. His father was a Chief Justice of India. Hello? Are you getting it? Judge, in the case that day, what am I trying to tell? You guys can tell, sir, how can that happen? People, when the law is silent, the judge has to interpret. That day, his father interpreted what is right for that day. The same case came today. Hello? And today it was interpreted as wrong. I can't say what my father said is right. And this same person said that. And they struck it down and they repassed the decision and they passed the order also to the law saying that this section which his father upheld, they said this section has to be struck down from the law as unconstitutional, and it was struck down. It is in favor of women. Yeah, actually a very good case. Yes, so we'll be seeing that tomorrow. I'll be showing you that. But you guys understood this, all of you? Bench. You will never have a single judge. You will have 3 judges, 5 judges.
They were following like ballot of 20 members among common people. They will choose.
Supreme Court has always been.
Can be followed by India also. It will be.
See, what you're saying is something that is there in the other courts. If you guys want, you try to watch this. For your question, I'll move around the timeline. Your answer will be there. Huh? This one now. Yeah. See, that is your question. He will tell you why the American system is wrong. I'll tell you one of the biggest blunder of American system. In our Indian system, the judge will retire by 65. In American system, you will retire when you want to retire. What do you mean? You can become a chief justice at the age of 55. You can retire at 90.
Let us take only pros of it. Let us avoid those cons. It will be somewhat fruitful for the person who is.
How? You think at the age of 90, say for example, would your parents accept certain things? Let us imagine like this. I had one of the students that had come to, admit the student to ArivuPro. Yeah, one of the parent had come. So the parent, they came, they spoke here, they decided the fees and all of that. They went down that line. They wanted to search a good PG. So the mother, the son, and all of them had come. So the mother, they're all from traditional background, like Orthodox maybe, I'm not sure. So mother and the children, they took that road. The mother just entered the road. They came back and said, my son is not studying here. What is happening here? Mom was shocked. Why? Someone was smoking. Who? Someone which the mom could not digest. That I don't know. You please don't take me into it. Yeah? Mom made no. Not at all possible. Now mom took the decision when she came in the daylight. We'll end it then. Yeah? Yes? Now then? Now you tell, a person who is 50 until he is 90, he will be a judge. And I'll tell you something. There are judges appointed by here we need to pass an exam. You're appointed as a civil servant. You go there and you sit there. There Trump appoints. Now I'll tell you. Now you tell me, if a case comes against him, will you go against him? You're working for the legislature. You're working for the government there. India does not follow that system. That's why we say no one is above the law and no one can go behind it. So pros and cons are there. We are not saying that. In American system, we bring in something called as jury. That is, we get in even common people. That is, yes, a good part. But we follow something called as a bench. That is, if a judgment has to be passed, this person alone will not pass it. There will be 3 judge bench, 5 judge bench, 9 judge bench. Ayodhya. You think 3 judge bench will pass it?
transfer is cost for the military or whatever the case.
See,
What is the
now this is simple. Whether you are in American court or Indian court, rule is a rule. Whether the rule makes you feel vulnerable or not, it is a rule. And the judgment will always be passed in the rule. For example, I'll tell you people, the law was made that you guys should sing if phone rings. That's the rule. Correct? Now, how are you guys making the phone ring? Let us tell it. How did Pavani's phone ring? Or how did his phone ring? Harish. Ishwar. How did Ishwar's phone ring? Technically, I should not tell Ishwar to sing. But rule is the rule. Your phone makes noise, you have to sing. Correct? Exactly his interpretation. You can't do anything. How? Who cares? Are you getting the point? Sometimes it's fair, sometimes it's unfair. What I'm trying to tell you is it's not on the judge. Even if you are there, you will say what is right as per your mindset. And always remember, being a judge is an absolute psychological thing. It's not something to do with only studies. Your background, your bringing up, your mindset, your life will decide what is right, what is wrong. Of course. Yes or no? See, there are some cases which I can't discuss with you because as students, you guys can't take it. But we will not even go half an hour forward. Yeah, but I'm telling you, cases are so good to discuss. It's the heart. Anna. Here, Pramod versus me. Here. Okay, no, here. Now, people, first rule is what people, primary rule is called as what people, rule of literal construction. The Latin maxim says what people, absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigent. Absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigent. What do you mean by this, people? As our judge himself said. Now try to see. I am not supposed to read the law how I want. When the sentences are clear, when the sentences are absolute, there is no doubt, there is no confusion. I am supposed to read the law as it is written. So what do I mean by absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigent? Meaning, people, when the sentences are absolute, you do not need a interpreter. Why do you want someone to explain? Do you want me to explain a movie? No, movie is clear for you. Why do you want me to explain law? Unclear for you. When the law is clear, you do not need an interpreter. That's the primary rule. When the words are clear, read them as it is. Hello? Are you understanding? That's the primary rule. You have to apply that first. Hello? Even in that case, people, sometimes it may so happen, one word will have multiple meanings. I'll tell you an example. Okay, now listen. Now people, I'll tell him something. Now people, see here. Maheshwari, I forgot your name. Da. Vaishnavi, if you are in trouble, blink twice. That's the only thing I said this. Vaishnavi, if you are in trouble, blink twice. You know what Vaishnavi did? That means she is in national emergency. Da. Someone save her. Da. I can understand Vaishnavi. It's okay, go home, do some meditation today. It'll all be fine. It'll take half an hour, but it'll be fine. Yeah? Okay. Now people see here, what does the law say? Let us imagine at times the words can have 2-3 meanings. For example, one day what happened? There was a case. There was a sales tax officer whose duty was to go to every shop. He has to collect tax on whatever are the goods they have sold. Shopkeepers would have sold. He has to collect tax. So he went to one shop and he asked tax. And that shopkeeper said, I will not pay tax. He said, why? You have to pay, no? He said, why am I supposed to pay? I read the law yesterday. The law said we are not supposed to pay tax on vegetables. Vegetables? Yeah, vegetables. But that is for vegetables. Why are you not paying? Said the tax officer. He said, I am also selling vegetables only. The tax officer saw inside. The godown was full of beetle leaves. What is beetle leaves? Pan? The pan ele? Pan. The pan leaf. So he was selling beetle leaves. Beetle leaves. He said, I will also not pay tax. Sales tax officer said, are you mad? The lawmaker said, vegetables, if anyone is selling, that will not be subjected to tax. He said, even this is a vegetable. He said, who said? He said, what do you do with vegetables? He said, I'll eat. What will you do with pan? He said, he'll eat. Then this is vegetable. We are laughing, but people, the matter went to court. Ram Avatar versus sales tax officer, that's the case. Now, court, you tell me people, judge, poor fellow, he has to say whether beetle leaf is vegetable or not. It's a case, real case. Now you tell me, is it vegetable or not? You tell me, is it vegetable or not? Correct? Now we will see, wait. Whoever is telling yes people, they do 1 or 2 dishes with this particular leaf. Correct? Nitish? Yes or not? Vegetable or not? Why the vegetable tell na? It's a leaf. He's like his leaf. Palak leaf. Korean leaf. 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 Tell the Akshata. Correct. So Ram Avatar will not sell it to vegetables and all. He'll clearly say, you should take and you should not cook. Huh? Correct. I know. I was expecting this. Nitish said, sir, if first I will go, I will see Palak, not there. I'll go, I'll check Methi, not there. While coming back, I will find Pan Anna. I'll ask him, give Pan leaves. I will do. Who cares? Which leaf? Leaf is leaf. Logical only. But people, remember people, is it possible for a judge to pass an order, Ada? How do we pass? Now people, you know what the judge said? Can you please read the law? Now people, can the judge say, hey, you lawmaker, you should have defined what is vegetable, da? You should define it, da? No, can I define a people everything? Now, long back, 5 years back, we had zucchini, ada? Zucchini, and what is that? Broccoli. First I thought, when I saw broccoli in my life first time, I thought someone has painted green for cauliflower. That was how amateur I was, da. Huh? Yes? I got to know pears when it was in 2014. 20 pears? 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 Yeah, the pears. So there was a conversation. Now listen. No, listen. So there was one gang of friends. My other 3 friends were going to good schools. There's Cambridge, there was one, and there was Baldwin, there was one. There are good schools. I was going to some school, forget. Let us not demotivate them. So they are all discussing that the pears is very nice. That's, you should eat everything. Back in my mind, pears is soap. I swear. It took me at least 10 minutes until they said, pears is a fruit. I went and I told my dad, my school, my future, gone. Yeah? Now people, is it possible for the lawmaker to write the list of vegetables and fruits in the law? Is it possible? No. because the list is ever changing. Now, the people, what can the lawmaker, what can the judge do? The judge just said one thing, people. Let us try to focus. Let us try to understand. What did the judge say? The judge said, okay, let us try to Google it. Keys that what? Beetle leaves. See, if we try to logically think beetle also, we will get confused with spelling. B-T-L, B-T-A-L. ಆಯ್ತು ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಗುರು. ಏನ್ ಗುರು? TA, beat hall. Now people, okay, this is beetle leaves. Okay, now finally the lawmaker Googled it. Now he is trying to understand what do you mean by beetle leaves, so that we'll understand the meaning. No. So he said, beetle means it's a species of flowering plant in the pepper. But I'm happy. Who cares? I understood till pepper family. Who cares? We are still in fears? And you give me this word? Dinosaur and all is coming in between? Is this just to prove us we are illiterate? How dare you? Now people, you tell me people, judge, if he Googles it people, will he understand what is beetle leaves? They are telling family and all. Huh? What did judge understand now? Now remember, whenever we are trying to see what is the interpretation, it is giving you rules to understand a particular word. Whenever, if you are trying to understand a word, if a dictionary meaning or a technical meaning, if it is making no sense, of course it did not make sense. Who cares which family? Now, if it is not making sense, yes, not making sense, the law said follow with popular meaning. At times there will be technical meanings, at times it will be popular meanings. The technical words will not make sense at times. You have to follow with popular meaning. Now, Nitish is still fighting. Sir, vegetable da. I will even drop it on my... After eating food, I will tell my friend to open mouth. Vegetable da. Now people, you tell me, how many of you are convinced that beetle leaf is a vegetable? Is it a vegetable? How many of you think it is not a vegetable? Popular meaning, to be understood in popular sense. Popularly, beetle leaf cannot be considered as vegetable. It is not a vegetable. Tanushri, Tarunya, Korean, coriander is. See, beetle leaf is coriander, curry leaves are considered as vegetables. People, if you guys want to know, I can give you the list. You guys go home and do the research. Coconut, is it a vegetable? Case is there. Yes, coconut, there is a case. Kerala person has filed a case. Not Mammootty. Don't judge him. Yes, people, there is a case. Now, people, you tell, right? Tarunya, you tell me, is coriander okay? Coconut, is it a vegetable or not? Wait, hey Tarunya, wait, you tell them. Coconut is a fruit? Coconut is a fruit? My whole life is waste? Coconut is a fruit? And you all knew? Okay, Pierce. They are online audible ada. They are not. Online audible ada. Mammootty?
It's from a planning stage.
He said hence fruit, that I know. Okay, just for your understanding, I'm telling you, coconut was considered as a taste enhancer and not a vegetable. Botanical meaning. So tomato is not a vegetable, okay? My mom has misunderstood. It's a fruit. Hey, okay, da. You go to Pramod. You are the one questioning, da. Hey, when you guys go to see the groom. Hey. Okay. When you go for seeing a match, you need to take fruit, no, da? You take coconut and tomato. If you take apple, hey, you do me video call that day. Huh? I want. I'm telling it's no, sir. It's a fruit. You take coconut, 1 kg coconut, 1 kg tomato. You take. Coconut. One you will take. You will take 8. Like you take 8 apples, you will take 8 coconuts. Take and go to 8 coconuts. With coconuts, you will take 8 coconuts. Okay, moving on. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe in some places. Okay. Hey, 1 second. Don't judge me. That judge has judged it. I am giving you the judgment, that's all. You don't judge me. Now see here, okay, people. Understood? So whenever people, hello. When the words have 2 meanings, one is say dictionary meaning, it is not making sense. In such cases, what we need to do, we have to always apply the popular meaning in popular sense. If I read beetle leaves as all this pepper family and all, it will not make any sense. I have to read it in a popular sense. Popular sense, it is not a vegetable and hence we have to pay tax. Sir, give us one more example of absoluta sententia. Simple. There is a word called as person. Now you tell me, if you go and speak in your home, if there is any engineering or any non-commerce brother or friend or a cousin with you, you go and ask them, what do you mean by person? What do they say? Individual. Now I'll come and ask you, what do you mean by a person? Exactly, people. Technical words in some places has to be understood in a technical sense. The best example I can give you is person. Hello? Are you understanding? Hello? Hello? Like that. One more rule is, people, whenever there is a word, if the word has 2 meanings, one is giving you a narrower meaning, one is giving you a wider meaning. You need to pick up that meaning which gives you a wider meaning than a narrower meaning. Example, sir, in section 102 of explanatory statement, we just said you need to disclose, what is that? The details of directors, KMP and their relatives. What should we disclose with regards to relatives? And who are the relatives? Is it only husband, wife? Is it who? What should we disclose? If I take it as a narrower one, I will only disclose, okay, I am getting benefited, this is my share. But I have to disclose wider one. Irrespective, if I am getting directly benefited, indirectly benefited, everything needs to be taken into account. So 3 meanings we can derive from the first rule, that is absoluta sententia expositor non indigit. What is that? One is, people, whenever there is a narrower meaning, wider meaning. If wider meaning is giving you a bigger scope, always follow the wider meaning. Second one, people, whenever there are popular words, remember, popular words has to be understood in a popular sense. Example, beetle leaf case. The third one, technical words are to be understood in a technical sense. Example, people, is person in income tax or Companies Act, as the case may be. Any doubt? Hello, Pakka? Understood, all of you? Yes? Hope you are understanding. Okay. Let us do one more. Okay, we will see here. Okay, well, the second rule people is called as, okay, seer, concentrate. Second maxim is called as people, utras majis valyat quam paryat. That's the rule. Sir, what, sir? Now, people remember, utras magis valyat quam paryat. What do you mean by this, people? When a plain word, okay, hello. When the plain word does not give you a sensible meaning, you need to go away from that particular plain word and you are supposed to construct the law. What do I mean by that, sir? The word, the maxim is simple. What is that? Here, statute must be interpreted as to lead a sensible meaning. When the plain or grammatical meaning does not give a sensible meaning, this maxim may be followed. That means what, people? Now I tried a literal interpretation. If I try that, I'm not getting any meaning. It is not helping me anyway. In such case, I will come and apply this rule. This is nothing but, people, you're trying to understand the intention of the lawmaker. Sir, now give us an example. Example, people, take the example of when you saw disqualification of auditor. What are the disqualifications of auditor? Own interest. Define what and all you saw. You should not be internal auditor, like that only we saw, na? Body corporator and the person or relative or partner should not be holding any securities. However, exception was there. What is the exception? Relative can hold 1 lakh. Now listen. Relative can hold 1 lakh. Okay, relative can hold 1 lakh worth value. Yes. Now relative means what? Can mother hold 1 lakh, wife hold 1 lakh, father hold 1 lakh? Is it written in the law? Did you see there it was written? Take it in aggregate. How did you take it? What? That time I told you, remember, I will try to link it with one of the concept of iOS. This is the concept, people. The law is silent. The law has not defined that you have to take it together. In one of the case, it was interpreted that if I read every relative can hold up to 1 lakh, then the purpose is defeated. So the intention of the lawmaker here is, it is not to be read as individual relative, it is to be read as all the relatives together. In one of the case it was decided. And that's why we got a interpretation there. Now if you go and read there, I would have written that a note there. You need to apply this rule, and that rule only is called as, people, reasonable construction. Now that is what we would have written there, reasonable construction. Applying the rule of reasonable construction, we can say that what? We can say that if you read relative as one individual, and if each individual holds 1 lakh, then my entire relative circle, everyone put together, brother or sister, father, everyone put together will become what? 10 lakh, 11 lakh, face value. Hello? Then where biasedness, unbiasedness? Pakka will be biased. Now what rule did we apply? If I apply literal rule is relative 1 lakh. Okay, every relative, no. But is it serving the purpose? That is what is the rule. When literal rule is not making a sensible meaning, you are allowed to deviate. Hello? Understood? That is only the rule, people. Rule of reasonable construction. What does it say here? If court finds the meaning defeats the law, it is a duty of the court to depart from the dictionary meaning and adopt construction which will suppress the mischief and advance remedy. Another example, if I have to give you for this, people, can also be that vehicle case. Correct? Vehicle means how? I have to go interpretation, construction, I have to use. Yes, there are some examples. You can follow the example that we have given. That is nothing but your, what is that? Relative example. That is good. You can follow that. Is this clear? Hello, relative. We'll do one more, people, and we'll end it. Easy one, simple one. The third rule, people, is called as rule of ejus dim generis. What is it called? rule of ejusdem generis. What do you mean by ejusdem generis? Means people, ejusdem generis means people of the same kind or same species. Of the same kind or same species. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, let us imagine, sir. Okay. Now, Suhas goes to that doctor, right? Vet, right? Yes. Now, that doctor's clinic, they would have written on the board that I'm a doctor who consults dog, cat, I don't know what else. Birds are there. Okay, buffalo. Yeah, cows and all will be there. Yes. Yes. Now, people, you tell me, and they would have written etc. Now, you tell me what and all I can take. Etc. They have written. No. What can I take? Horse I can take. Okay, and so let us imagine in chicken you want to take cooked or uncooked? Uncooked. Yes. Now people, can you take lion? Lion you can't take. Etc. is written. No. Lion is not an animal. Lion is not an animal. Cheetah? Cheetah? Sir, while I was going on snake, sir, see this? No? Snakes? No? Dubai, they will shake hand with lions? The shake hands with lions? No, not lion. Then? Ada? Cheetah. In Dubai, it seems that the sheikh has cheetah as pet. Now, can the Dubai sheikh come and say, sir, give an injection to my cheetah? Can I say? Possible? Now, people, because, now let us imagine, why do you say I can't take cheetah here? You have written dog, cat, buffalo, cow, etc. You have written. I will say cheetah comes in etc. ETC, see, cheetah. C is there cheetah, T is there ta, E is there cheese. Cheetah. It's there, no? I can take, no? Wild animal? Remember, people, now, okay, say 1, 3, 5. You should say, don't go to meditation. Format gottilla. 7. Oh, Anna. We'll go home. Wait. Now, people, why did you say it's 7, 9? Maths teacher, Nitin sir taught us, sir. Okay, now see here, people. Now, your minds worked saying that, sir, we understood by seeing the series and we were able to guess the series going forward. Whether you knew it or not, people, you applied a rule. You applied a rule called as people ejusdem generis. This is only the meaning of which belongs to the same species or same kind. Whenever in law also they might have written some vague words like etc. such other materials. Yeah. In such case, what do I fill in that such other material? Okay, we would have seen in so many sections, no? Such other person. Who can inspect the registers? Members? Creditors? By paying fees. Such other persons? Who are the other? Hello? Are you guys understanding? Which one we are speaking about? Hello? Which section? Tilda? Devak? Devak? Here now. People, look at the third one. What does it say? Third, 3. Any such member, debenture holder, other security holder, beneficial owner or any other person may take extract from any register, index, written without payment of any fees. Hello? Now who is any other person? A person is walking on the road. He felt building is good. I'll come inside. I'll ask for registers. Is any other person defined? No, then? Hello? Now who is any other person? People, whatever I told you is actually a case, people. In one of the companies it happened, one of the person used to harass a company. Anil Kumar Podar versus Nesville Trading Private Limited. This is a company, people. What happened? He's a random person. Section 94. Any other person? Show me the register. Hey, Shoda. He is coming and asking. The company gave once, twice. The company said, we will not give you. Who are you? Said, any other person, me. Show me. They said, no, we can't give it to an outsider. He literally went and filed a case in tribunal. Hey, tribunal, what law you have made? You have written any other person. That any other person is me. And he is not showing. You pass a relevant judgment. Correct, Noda? Now tell me what to do. Now people, they applied in this case, people, they applied the rule of ejusdem generis. Remember, I know somewhere it will be there. It is there? Fourth line? The judge in the judgment copy is written, as the word any other person is not defined, I will go with the rule of interpretation. See, it helped. The rule of interpretation helped. How did it help? It said how to interpret it, and it said what? Ejusdem generis. Whenever you are seeing the series of words, you need to always read the words as in the series. So when they have written any other any member, creditor, debenture holder, other security holder, any other person means, people, I am trying to tell, he should be connected with the company, not a random person walking in the road. Any other person means I might not be able to write everyone's name connected with the company. Maybe I might have missed deposit holder. Maybe I might have missed convertible note holder, bond holders. I can't write everyone's name. So when the company law was made, the intention of the lawmaker was to tell they are connected, not an outsider. So in our example, this fellow, random fellow, that any other person he was claiming, no, that fellow was like a cheetah in that vet clinic, etc. can't fit in cheetah. Horse, yes. Buffalo, maybe, if it fits in. Hello? Yes? Understood? This is the meaning of, people, doctrine of ejusdem generis. Clear? Let us end it up for the day. What are the points written tomorrow? We'll see. Thank you so much. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow, what time you'll take? People, okay, people, 1 second. I'm so sorry. I have not informed them. My mistake. Well, you guys, I also forgot. You'll take it on Friday or Sunday. Sunday, you'll take the entire company law at once. Okay. People, and you have sweets for CA day. Please have it. Don't scold me if it is shortage. Everyone have one. If you have excess, please share it amongst yourself. Thank you so much. Happy CA day once again. Wish you all the best. Yes, people. What were we doing yesterday, people? We had started with interpretation of statutes. In that, we were doing primary rules. In that, we did the first rule. The first rule was, people, rule of A literal construction. What was literal construction? Literal construction was whenever the rule of law is so clear. Hey, online audible, Ada? Online audible, audible online, online. Okay. So whenever the rule of law is very clear, it is your duty to follow the law. That is, you are not supposed to use your brain, your interpretation, you feeling awe. All that is not possible. We saw yesterday the Supreme Court judge himself saying that we are just bound by the four corners of law. I have to take a decision in a way that I have to keep that in mind. Agreed? Vignesh, what happened? You fought with them? Who? Nitish? Haila? Devak? You fought with them? Why, Vignesh? Huh? You have to clean there. Okay. Juice. Okay. You know what we were doing? So whenever there is an absolute sentence, people, it is your duty to go with that particular word. You are not supposed to use your emotions there. That is what is the first word. Absolute sententia, expositor, non-indigent, not required. But there are three things, remember, whenever there is a word which is giving you a narrower meaning, one is giving you a wider meaning. It is your duty to make sure if the narrower meaning is trying to defeat the law, then take the wider meaning of it. Next one, whenever there are popular words, grammatical words, if it is not making sense, you have to take the popular words in popular sense. Fun. Next one is people, whenever there are technical words, you need to understand the technical words in technical sense. Example was people, the word person. Correct? Yes. Okay. The next one is people, the rule of reasonable construction, that was only Uttras Magis Valyetvam Paryat. What do you mean by that, people? You need to read a law in such a way that it gives you a sensible meaning. If sensible meaning is not, you're not able to derive a sensible meaning, then you're free to construct the law. That is, you're free to use your brain. You can put yourself, you can see there whether this is right, this is wrong. You can think all of that. Hello? Yes? Okay. The third one was people, what did we do? Okay, we saw the rule of aegis dim generis. So I think I had to explain you this. Correct? What is rule of aegis dim generis? Aegis dim generis means people, something which belongs to the same species or the same kind. Etc. I mean, we had seen the example yesterday. Whenever we see the word etc., etc. does not have a meaning of its own. Then what will be the meaning of that word etc.? We need to take the general word. What will be the meaning of the general word? Whatever are the specific words. If there are a list of specific words and then a general word comes, the general words will also get the same meaning of a specific word. Example was 1, 3, 5, dash, dash. It will be considered as what? It will be considered as a odd number. So you assume that they all belong to a group or a species. Correct? Or the Suas thing was, what is that? Cat, dog, no. So cheetah cannot fit there. Yes or no? And that is what is the example we saw. Agreed with Shivaji. Okay. I thought Shivaji is expecting like movie. He comes and the door automatically. Na, 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 na. Yeah. So remember, for rule of aegis dim generis to apply, people, these 5 things have to be kept in mind. What is that first one? There has to be enumeration of specific words. What do I mean by enumeration? Cat, etc. Aegis dim generis rule will not apply because it is only one word and then etc. Enumeration means there should be series of words. Point 1. Point 2. Enumeration constitutes a category. Dog, pigeon, crocodile, snake, trump. So, does it all belong to a group? That's the meaning of enumeration should constitute a category. So, for example, 1, 3, 5, odd numbers category. If that is not the case, then this rule will not apply. Hello. The third one, the rule, it should not be exhausted. That means what, people? I write off everything. A cat, a dog, a horse, a buffalo, cow, I don't know, rabbit, deer, everything I'll write. If I've written everything and then I write etc., then adjective generis has no effect because I have not left anything there. Hello? Yes or no? Next one is simple. General terms follow enumeration. General. Okay. General terms follow enumeration. People. One day. Any doubt? Happy? What is the doubt? What is the meaning of enumeration? Enumeration means list of words. It's not one, it's like a series of words. So if it's only one word, you call it as a single word. Enumeration of word means I'm talking about series of words. So general terms follow enumeration. That means what? What if I write such other people, comma, members, comma, creditors? This is not adjective generis. First has to be the specific category and then will come the general word. It should not be general word first and then the category of words. Then you cannot apply this rule. That's the meaning. Hello. Goes right. No sensible man will write it. Such other persons, comma, equity shareholders, who will write? Yes. Next one, no different legislator intent has to be present. What do I mean by that? What do you think, Ganesh? Yes, sir. Yes, no other legislator intent means what, people? The lawmaker shouldn't have meant something else. I have only said such other person means I have already defined it in the law itself. Then adjective generis will not apply. Why? When the lawmaker himself has clearly said, that will bind you and no other principle will apply. Why? Because of the first rule of interpretation. That is nothing but, people, literal rule of interpretation. That is literal construction. Because when the rule is clear, you're not supposed to use your brain. And that is what is this. Whenever the lawmaker himself has said such other person means creditor, stakeholder, I have clearly defined who the other persons are, then you cannot apply adjective generis. Hello. 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 Clear? Sure? Pakka? Okay. The next rule is, people, which one will do? We'll do rule of harmonious construction will do. People, harmonious means what, people? Peace. Harmony. What is this? India is a harmonious country, we say. What do you mean by that? All you blushing, you bad-minded people. I'm saying when we live together. Yes, unity and diversity. Whatever. English teacher. Now, people, what do you mean by harmony, people? Is nothing but in a law. Now, say for example, again, Allah, Ira, there are, okay, let us take this example. I'm trying to think which one you'll understand. Okay, let us imagine like this. In a Companies Act, there are 470 sections. Let us imagine some section, let us imagine, say, section 19 says a rule. And let us imagine somewhere again in section, I'm just casually telling you, section 122 says one rule. Section 19 tells you have to go left. Section 122 says you have to go right. Where will you go? Exactly, is, people, harmonious construction. You're not supposed to eliminate any section. That is rule number one. Rule number two, when you're reading a law, always remember you're never supposed to read a law in isolation. That means I will only read section 19 and I'll try to understand this law will never make sense. You're supposed to read entire 470 sections to understand the meaning of section 19. If you just read section 19 and I will apply in isolation, The law is never made in isolation, says the rule. Hello? Are you getting the point? You are never supposed to read only that section. You need to read the entire act to understand the meaning of the section. So, what is the rule, people? The fourth rule says, rule of harmonious construction. Whenever you're reading a law, you're supposed to read every section together. And you are supposed to follow every section. You're not supposed to eliminate any section. It is your duty to follow this section also. It is your duty to follow this section also. But at times it may so happen, people, that one section tells you to go left, one section tells you to go right. It may happen. That means what? I'm telling they are telling the opposite of it. In such case, what to do? In such case, people, the law tells you need to see in both these rules which one is a general rule, which one is a specific rule. Which one is a general rule? Which one is a specific rule? In such case, people, let us imagine there is a contradiction between a general rule and a specific rule. Always the specific rule will prevail. Hello? Are you understanding? All of you? So, what is that? One example I can give you of is, people, you take this only. What is that? Easy example. Okay, try to read what does Article 13.2 say. Now I'm seeing a rule from Constitution of India. Constitution of India, one book. In that there is one section, like an article. In Constitution we call it as article. So there is an article called as what? 13.2. It says what? The Indian Constitution prohibits the state from creating any laws that take away or abridge the fundamental rights guaranteed under Part 3. If the state enacts any such legislation, it is rendered as null and void to the extent of violation. What do I mean by that, people? Article 13.2 is telling no government can make a law in such a way that the citizens, we will be there, no? Our fundamental rights can never be taken away from us. If any such law is made, such law will be considered as void, meaning invalid. It is written in the Constitution only. Now, in the same Constitution, they have written, there is one more section also. What is that? किसका रे? Charan, 5 o'clock alarm is coming. Turn off first. People see what is the section 3, article 368 of Constitution of India say. Now see here, concentrate. Constitution of India only. 368, what does it say? Article 368, located in Part 20 of Indian Constitution, empowers Parliament to amend the Constitution and its procedures. It permits Parliament to add, vary, repeal. Repeal means what? Delete. Any provision through a strictly outlined amendment process, provided the changes do not violate the constitutional structure. See, what is the first part only say? Article 368, subsection 1. Now, what does it say here? Concentrate. Notwithstanding anything in this constitution, notwithstanding anything in the constitution, meaning wherever, whatever is written, don't care. Don't even care. This article says the Parliament may, in exercise of its power, The parliament has a power to what? Add, vary, repeal means remove any provision of this constitution in accordance with the procedure laid down in this article. What do I mean by that? Now I'll try to bring down both the articles and tell you what is harmonious construction. See here. Article 13.2 is telling no government can make a law which will take away the fundamental rights from us. So fundamental rights are very, very important. No one can touch fundamental rights. Article 13 is saying, correct? Article 368 is saying, if at all the legislature wants, they can remove any article from this constitution, any article. That means, people, I can even remove the fundamental rights from the Constitution of India. How should this article could have been written? I should have written it as Parliament has a right to add, vary, amend any parts of the Constitution except the fundamental rights. If at all I had written, that means what? I am giving power to Article 13 also. I am giving power to Article 368 also. Now, what is the conflict? 13.2 is telling no one can touch fundamental rights. 368 is telling lawmaker has a power to touch anything in the Constitution, including the fundamental rights. Conflict. In the same document. Now, what to do? Go with the thing that is broader. See, now, if that rule, if you apply, if it is giving you a meaning, then you apply that. So, literal construction. Sir, one is narrower, one is wider. Go with the wider one. Try to apply that rule here and see if it is making sense. Here, the problem is both the rules are there. As one of the primary rule of interpretation, you are supposed to read the entire law as a whole. I'm not supposed to read only 13.2 because 368 is also is there in the same book. How can you ignore that? So now what does the law say, people? Remember, in such cases, now there are two ways to look at it. 368 is saying in general, legislature has the power to change anything in the constitution. It is talking in general. But Article 13.2 is specifically talking about fundamental rights. So 13.2 is a specific rule. 368 is a general rule. Article 13.2 is specifically made only for fundamental rights. 368 is made in general. So now what do I do, people? I will have to make sure I have to give weightage to the specific rule. Yes. And in one of the decisions, in one of the court's decision, this is what the court has passed. Now, whatever you can see is that, what is that? Article 368 empowers the parliament to amend the constitution and its procedures. Correct? 368. Look at the next one. What does it say? It permits parliament to add, vary, repeal any provision through a strictly outlined amendment process, provided that the changes do not violate the constitution's basic structure. That means what? You can vary the fundamental rights. However, you cannot take away the basic structure of it. Sir, what do I mean by that, people? Now, for example, you have a right to speech. Right to speech is your fundamental right. Parliament cannot take away your right to speech from you. However, they can make some alterations to it. That means what? I have a right to speak. Can I come and abuse you? Now, can I take a politician's name and I call him as corrupt? Can I? Right to speak means I have a right to speak. Correct? I have a right to speak. Now, can I say anything what I want? That is the meaning of basic structure. Right to speak means I cannot say, okay, going forward, I'll take away your basic right from you. I cannot say that. Your right to speak should be there. But what does the law say? Remember, the right to speak should not defame another person. It should be on factual information. If it is on non-factual information, if the other person is filing a case on you, you will be in trouble. Hello? Yes or no? That is when defamation will be filed. And just for your information, I'm telling you, our press, we have our journalism, press and all, no? This took birth because of right to speech. Why is press there? Why cannot anyone question press? Because of the fundamental right called right to speech. On that right, our press is there. Now, can the press come and say anything? That's why they always back it up with the evidence. If they don't back it up, then people will file a case on you. Example, people. Arnab Goswami once had come to one of the this was, I think, I don't know, when Sushant Singh passed away, or I don't know when which scenario. I think when Sushant Singh had passed away, Arnab Goswami had come and said, Bollywood is becoming a synonym of drugs. Arnab Goswami, one of the, if you guys follow him, one of the famous journalist and reporter, he had come and said, Bollywood is becoming a synonym of drugs. And what happened? There was a association of Bollywood producers, 34 people. They filed a defamation case on Arnab Goswami. That means what? You have a right to speak. That doesn't mean you can just to say whatever I want. It has to be based on some factual data. Understanding? Huh? Yes, sir. So what do I mean by harmonious construction? It is a way, it is a rule where I have to try to read the law as a whole. But it is not at all possible. In such cases, specific rule will prevail over a general rule. Understood? What does that mean? You only tell. Very good. You tell me now, how is it this thing applicable there? You're criticizing someone, okay. How is harmonious construction applicable? I mean, you tell me, I didn't understand. Kalai is like, sir, ignore, sir. Hey, Kalai. Oh, ನನಗೆ part 2 ಇದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಡೌಟ್ part 2 ಆಲ್ಸೋ I mean, see, so if you follow the procedure, means call the parliament. Lok Sabha should be, you have to conduct a session in Lok Sabha. Procedure means that Lok Sabha people have to come, you have to pass it with majority, then take it to Rajya Sabha. That's the meaning of procedure. So even if you, let us imagine, if everyone comes, if they are there, then can I amend anything in Constitution of India? Is it possible? Correct? So a lot of our rights we have derived from Constitution, whether we know it, we don't know it. For example, right to education, we get it from Constitution only. Because of that only we have government schools today. Right to, what is it? Okay, freedom of movement. You are able to go from one place to another place is because of that. But I cannot go and say, sir, Constitution gave me a right to go from anywhere to anywhere. You can't tell me to buy a ticket or take a visa or you can't ask me for a passport and all. As per the rules, you can enjoy it. That's the meaning of it. Understood? Huh? Okay. Now, people, that is only called as harmonious construction. Now, remember, people, see, when it is not possible, a specific rule will always override a general rule. Remember that. Hello? At times, what happens, people, the lawmaker only will be very clear which section is superior, which section is not superior. The lawmaker would have made you known his intention. How? I've already told you, by placing certain words in a section. And what are those words? For example, people, words like subject to, notwithstanding, without prejudice. What do I mean by this? I've already told you this. What do you mean by notwithstanding? Whenever any section says it's notwithstanding, on a normal day, on a general day, I am telling that section is superior. That's why we are not able to say section article 368 is void. That's why we are not saying it, because the article starts with the word notwithstanding. That means this article is superior. Sir, what do I mean by the word subject to? Whenever any article or any section starts with the word, say, subject to section 61, that means I am only telling you people, this section is inferior, that section is superior. Sir, difference is people, this says I am inferior, this says this says I am superior, this says I am inferior. Hello? The next one, people, without prejudice. Without prejudice is nothing but people, one section says this is the rule, and they say without prejudice to section 62. That means what, people? I am only telling you that you have to follow this section also. You have to go and read the other section also. So whenever the word without prejudice is used, that means I'm telling both are equal. You have to read this as well. You need to read that as well. So, sir, one says I am superior. One says I am inferior. One says we are equal. So whenever in the law they have used the word without prejudice, that means I'm telling these both sections are equal. Treat them equally. Hello. Understood? Yes, sir. Pakka. Hello. Pakka. Yes. Okay. Done. Okay. Next one, people. Next rule is called as what? Rule of beneficial construction or Hayden's rule, purposive construction, mischief rule. Multiple words given for the same thing. Now, what do I mean by Hayden's rule, or what do I mean by even called as mischief rule? What does this rule try to say? Mischief rule is nothing but, people, whenever you are trying to read a law, at times it may so happen that when you can clearly read it, it is evident that it is not serving the purpose. It is not making sense. In such case, what should a judge do? They're telling you, you need to apply a rule called as mischief rule. Now, to understand this, I'll explain you one example. This example is not there in our syllabus. Yeah. What happened in this case law, people? Okay, this case happened somewhere in say uh, in uh, in a place called as, let us imagine, UK. In UK, what used to happen was, let us imagine up to a time, say for example, up to 1950 or so, in this particular, specifically one particular state, there was the entire state was in a very bad scenario. There was literally the prostitution was legalized. So what did the state do? They wanted to bring down that, and hence they passed one law. The law was called as the Street Offences Act. They passed the law. And what was the intention of the law? The intention of the law was to make sure that they stop reducing and they stop prohibiting prostitution. Are you getting it? Now what happened? So in the Street Offences Act, what they have written, it is clearly written in one of the section that if any person solicits any person in a public street for the purpose of prostitution, such thing is punishable under this act. I repeat, in the act, in one of the section, it is written as, if any person does any act to solicit a person on a public street for prostitution, will be punishable under this act. Understood? This is what section says. Now, one day, what did one lady do? One lady, her home was in a street. So she used to stand in her balcony, which was in first floor. She used to take a glass and a tumbler. Whoever are the people walk in the street, she used to ring it like a bell. And when they look at her, she used to attract them to her home. Now what happened? One of the police saw this lady doing it. The police filed a case. The police arrested that lady under the Street Offences Act. Now she is arrested. Now she's trying to defend herself, saying one point. What is that? So you're saying whatever I did is an offense and you're arresting me, right? Okay. Can you show me under which section that I'll be punishable? Now, people, we open the section. The section says, people, if any person tries to do anything to solicit means what, people? To call, attract, or whatever it is. So if you do anything to solicit a person, where? On a public street. But people, she said, I am not doing it on a public street. I am doing it in my house. According to your section, what you said is public street. I did not do anything on a public street. I solicited a person standing in my house, and my house is not a public street. And hence, what I did is not an offense. And she said this in the court. Now, people, the judge has to pass a judgment. Now, you tell me what she did. Is it an offense? It is not an offense. What do you think? Not an offense? Or is it an offense? Not an offense? Sir, no, sir, we are not broad-minded and all. You take it to some other class. Try to think as a case. Now, this is what has happened. Not an offense? Offense? Not an offense? How many of think it is not an offense? Not an offense? Okay, how many of think it is an offense? Okay. Now try to understand, people. When I'm trying to read the law there, the judge said the entire state was in a very bad condition. Why? Because the entire state was being driven by prostitution. That was the sole purpose for the government to introduce one law. That means what? They went and tried to see the intention of the lawmaker. Why? Why did they make this law? The intention was clear. What? That there should not be prostitution in anywhere. I'm not telling it should not happen through a street or it should not happen through a window. My intention is there should not be prostitution in any way. But where did we go wrong? We went wrong in writing it down in a law. Hello? Are you understanding? Now, people, there was a conflict. Now the judge does not know what to do. Now, people, the judge applies a rule, and that rule is called as, people, mischief rule. What is mischief? Mischief means, people, the law is imperfect. Which part? The street there is imperfect. The public street was imperfect. I have not written it properly, and I have to admit that the lawmaker did not write it properly. Instead of saying, the lawmaker's intention was, if anyone does it on a street, should be punishable. Is it the intention of the lawmaker? Which sane person will make it? That if you do it in a street alone, it is punishable. Which sane person will make it? The intention, if you actually sit and think, why did we even bring the law into picture in the first place? Because before the law, there was nothing with regards to this prostitution. That's why we brought this law. It is clear. That means, as a country, am I allowing it in a particular way, or I don't want to allow it at all? That's why I made a law. I don't want to allow it. Who cares from where? And the judge passed the judgment in this particular case, people. The lady was guilty of an offense of prostitution. Whether you do it from that particular window or from a public street, you will apply this rule called as mischief rule. In mischief rule, people, you will ask yourself 4 questions. You will ask yourself 4 questions. What are the 4 questions? The first question is, people, see, what was the law before making this Street Offences Act? What was the law before, sir? Nothing was there. Oh, nothing was there. Okay. What was the mischief the law did not provide? Let us imagine, before this we had a law. In that law, what was the shortcoming? What was the loophole? If at all it was there. In our case, nothing was there. In our case, what was the mischief? Prostitution was not covered anywhere. And that's why we had to pass a law. Hello? Okay. The third one. What is the remedy the act has provided? Remedies, people, clearly it is what? There shouldn't be prostitution. That is the resolution. The fourth one, people, what is the reason for remedy? I told you, the government was in a bad state. The entire country was in a bad state. So the reason for passing this law itself is that I have a strong reason. If you put all these 4 questions, people, you will be able to understand, you will be able to come to a conclusion that my intention was not to allow prostitution in one or the other way. My intention was to make sure to say no to it permanently. So you apply these 4 questions and they are telling you, you will be able to get a remedy. And this concept is called as people mischief rule. I'll give you one more example also. Yes, Kamesh. Correct. Consensus ad item. Correct. Hmm. Hmm. Correct. So yesterday, if you remember, I said to you one thing. Certain things you will find it unfair, but the law is done because that's what I said, right? Generally, what happens, this is not the first time. There will be so many instances where you will not know how to understand a particular provision. Now, when such cases happen, is when even the lawmakers will know, okay, there is a loophole here. And through the judgment, we will try to cover it. Now, you're saying the lady's example, right? Don't you think the same thing happened with Vodafone? Actually speaking, Vodafone, the judge could have interpreted it as directly or indirectly. And that's why I'm telling you, people, interpretation of statute is not a law. It is a perception. The judge today feels it is right, it is right. Tomorrow the judge feels it is wrong, it is wrong. For example, I can tell you that Raj Shamani interview, the father felt it right in the year 1980. Whatever the judgment he gave, he felt it right and he gave. In the late 2000s, the son felt what my dad passed is not right. And they had to overturn the entire scenario. Now, who is right, who is wrong? It's always the judge's perspective. Understood, all of you? Now, I'll give you one more example for the same things here. What does it say? Try to read this, people. Miss Mona, employed in a X1 corporation, adopted a 3-month-old baby, applied for maternity leave under her company's policy, which provided 26 weeks of paid maternity leave. However, her employer rejected the request, stating that the maternity leave applies only to a biological mother as per the law. Mona approached the court against the company's decision. In related to the above case, explain how the rule of beneficial construction can be applied and interpreted as a welfare legislation. That's the question, exam question. Now they are only telling you, this is the scenario, and they are telling you which rule to apply. They are only telling you, please apply the mischief rule or the beneficial construction, and you help Mona how to interpret this particular scenario. Now you tell me. I hope you guys understood the scenario. She has adopted a child and she has applied for maternity leave. The employer has rejected it. Now you tell me, is Mona eligible for the maternity paid 26 weeks leave or not? You tell me. She's an adopted mother. Tell me, how many of you think she is eligible for 26 weeks leave? Whoever says no, the world is judging you. How many of you think no? No? Of all, Pramod? Vanilla, what do you think? Yes or no? Pramod, why do no? They did not mention about the adopted mother. Why do you think no? As per the rule, there is no need to give it. Correct? Whoever is saying yes, Shankar, Vaida, yes, sir? Oh, you said she's eligible for the paid leave or not eligible? Eligible. Why is she eligible? The rule is clear. It is for maternity. Yes, who else said yes? Yakshika, why Yakshika? Why yes? Sir, if I say no, you'll ask me, then no. Huh? Why? Yes, Kalai, why? Okay. Okay. Very good, people. That's the answer even your institute expected to write. Why did we bring in the act only called as Maternity Benefit Act? Why did we introduce? Why? Hello? People, it is for a couple of reasons. See, one is, yes, recovery from labor. Point one, maybe, yes. Second one, people, is for the bonding to happen between the kid and the mother. Whether it is an adopted child or a biological child, the bonding is common. It's mother and child end of the day. So, what is the intention of the lawmaker? The lawmaker intended to say, if the mother goes for the work from after, say, 1 week, she will not be able to bond with her kid. So, let her give us a maternity leave so that she'll be able to bond with her kid. That's the intention. But written it in a wrong way, because who knew in 1950 that there is a concept called as adoption? Now I'll tell you second part. Now you talk about surrogacy. Does a person in 1950 even he would have thought about surrogacy today? Yes. Now you think I'm telling you surrogacy, but what and all is happening? Yes. Yes or no? Then can a lawmaker sitting in 1950, whatever you both said, Pramod and you, what you said is right. You need to put yourself in a shoes and think. That's the mischief. Now here the word is mother, maternity. If you are reading it in a way that it has to give you a meaning, now that is a mischief. Why did we bring in the law? What was the law before that? There was nothing. Why did we bring in maternity benefit law? Because to help the mother and the child bond. That is the remedy it is providing. And that is a welfare legislation. So I will apply the rule of mischief or the beneficial construction. People, one more example I'll give you. In 1950s, people, CA foundation people will be able to understand it better. Sir, foundation unbedi, we are no different. We also don't remember anything. Now, people, what happened? Entire India people was into gambling in one or the other way. Entire India. So Chetan was like, yes, sir, I've seen it in front of my eyes. Don't ask. My tata lost everything. True, ah? Macha, cheers. Same. Yes, sir. My grandfather, I remember, used to say, you remember from here to there was ours. I said, I don't like the word was. If there is anything, ease, tell me. Yeah, so I will tell to my grandfather. So that is how it is. So was and all, who cares? My maternal side, my grandfather, I'm telling, we had around, okay, you can imagine a great grandfather. We have documents in our home that we had 10,000 acres of land, agricultural land. I'm telling great grandfather, not even 1 acre came to me. Don't even worry. Yeah. So my one of my maternal uncle, he has preserved all the documents. I said, why? I thought one day I went and I asked also. I think I know the answer why you are preserving it, because my uncle has a hope. Out of the 10,000 acres, 1 acre come to him. Where will it come? So because people, you'll not believe people. Our ancestors, when I say my tata, I'm including all our tatas. They have sold land, people, for 5 rupees. Some people thought we have one of the agreement, people. We have sold land for 2 rupees. Two rupees. Why? You should see the requirement. One of my, so my mother's side, they have a cricket team, including impact player. For the impact players' education, my tata sold 4 acres. I said, now what is that impact players education? Nothing, 6th standard. I ask, even today I go and ask, if you had not studied, if you had taken that 4 acres, if you had saved it for yourself, you would have sat on an empire today. Now that 6th standard also did not give you anything. Neither did this give you anything. Then what is the use? Yes. So yeah, they do. Now what happened? So Indian government wanted to say, Machas, Indians don't. Macha, your tata is Jamda. Understood? That is legendary story. His tata sold property to eat bhaji bondas. That means not there. Value of land that time, no inflation, no. They have done that. So if at all any of your grandfathers or anyone has still saved it, just go home. You call them today, if they're alive, just say thank you. Just say thank you. Even if it is one house, if it is still there, call them, Mamuti. Your uncle is having it. Your uncle took everything. Mohanlal. The proper family. Proper movie. Okay. So that happens. So what happened, people? In 1950, Indian government passed the law. What is the law? The law passed those people that they said Prize Competitions Act. They named it as. What is it called? Prize Competitions Act. In any way, lottery, gamble, housey, juju, or whatever you call it as. If anything you're doing as you're making it as these type of competitions, all of that is considered as void. They passed the law. And they named the act as People Prize Competitions Act. According to which, if at all you are making any competition where there is a prize money involved and the government is telling that it is void, you can't have it because Indian people are getting spoiled. Buying lottery tickets, gamble, andar bahar. Yeah? Hello? Yes or no? Now people, what happened? The problem was, now because I called it as a illegal act, I called it as a prize competition. Now, unfortunately, there were other legitimate competitions like you play cricket. There can be Kaun Banega Crorepati. It's a I don't know. If you win that competition, you're going to win a crore. According to this act, that is void. Yes or no? Then what was the intention of the lawmaker? Intention of the lawmaker was to make sure gambling is prohibited, but Anna wrote whatever he knew. Now, what happened in lot of states, especially in the state of Andhra Pradesh and all, there are multiple cases filed on this. Sir, that how can you call this as gamble? In fact, in state of Andhra Pradesh, in one of the cases, it is held that even rummy is not considered as gamble. They say it is a game of skill. In Karnataka High Court, it is said horse race is not a gamble, it is a game of skill. In one of the government, I don't remember which one, Dream 11 IPL, it is held that it is a game of skill. Because you guys go and look at the stats. How does Shubman Gill play? How does Virat Kohli bowl? You guys go and check that. And only then you form a team. And only then you will invest. When Ange you will invest of no. You're doing your research. It's a skill. When you're going and participating in horse race, they said a horse will not win by luck. A well-fed, a well-strengthened horse properly driven by a person, only that will win. So survival of fittest is winning. That is on a later point of time. Cases happened. Kanishko, cases happened. If I read the law as law, all these people will not win. So Prize Competition Act, the judge passed one law in one of the case saying that, okay, The intention of the lawmaker that day was to say any competition which involves luck, that is void. Not the competition which involves skill and talent. That cannot be called as void. Pass the judgment. Hello? Hello? Understood? Mischief rule. Clear? Yes, all these are examples. Any doubt in mischief rule? Hello? Hello? This is only called as rule of, or also called as beneficial construction. Much a exam point of view, very important. Remember, if there are multiple names, remember all the names and go. In this example only, I told you, no, Mona, the adoptive mother. In this case, what happened? People have all by-hearted this case as mischief rule and they've gone. They have given beneficial construction. And which rule our people have applied? They have applied second rule. So remember all names, it is your duty to remember and go. Sir, what about in Kerala? Kerala is it is still legal? Because it comes as a state specific law. But yeah, someday we'll discuss that. Okay. Okay, next rule people is called as fifth rule, rule of exceptional construction or common sense rule. Should I explain you this? Common sense rule. A common sense rule, should I explain it? They are saying common sense rule means common sense, it seems. That need not be explained, it seems. You want me to explain this? Okay, we will see here. They say people conjunctive, disjunctive, directory, mandatory, like this. Understood? Okay, common sense rule means people nothing but this rule is called as exceptional construction. What do I mean by the word exception? Generally like this, but occasionally like this. Generally like this. Occasionally like this. Now understood or not? Okay, now when I'm counting the number of shareholders, I'll generally count everyone. Exception in the case of private company, if they are your employees, don't count them in the 200. Exception. So general rule, every person is counted in the number of shareholders. Exception. Understood? Hello? So what do you mean by exceptional rule, people? Exceptional rule means generally you need to take it this way. That is the general rule. But occasionally, if you read the rule as it is, it will not make sense. The purpose of law itself will be defeated. In such case, what do we do? Don't read it like this. Read it like this. Understood or not? Kailash? What is the rule? Generally? Exceptionally? Clear? All of you? Okay. Now, people, to understand that, there is one example I can give you of, let us imagine if it is. People see here. There is a law in section, in a law called as PMLA. PMLA stands for People Prevention of Money Laundering Act. In this people, there is a section called as Section 3. In Section 3, what does it say? Read. Whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge or knowingly assists or knowingly is a party or is actually involved in any process or activity connected with the proceeds of crime, including its concealment, possession, acquisition, or use, and projecting or claiming it as a untainted property shall be guilty of offense of money laundering. Understood it? Hello? What is it they're trying to tell you, people? Try to focus on two parts. The first one they're telling you is this third line. What is this? Anyone who gets the money by acquisition or anything, you get an illegal money. You're getting it. You're acquiring it. So I'm sitting. Shivaji, the entire room is full of black money. Yeah? I'm having it now. The full room is of black money. Okay. And what am I doing? And they're telling you acquisition or use and projecting or claiming, and go to last line, projecting or claiming it as a untainted property. Untainted means, people, taint means colored, it means black. Untainted means I'm telling it is not colored, meaning I'm saying it is not black. That means what I'm telling, I'm saying it is white. So if I have to put both of it and read together, try to read it this way. If anyone comes and brings the whole purpose, whole part of the money, and I claim it as a white money. I repeat, I bring in illegal money and I claim it as a white money. Illegal money and I claim it as white money. I have done an offense under money laundering. I bring in illegal money, I bring in black money, and I will tell it as it's white money. If anyone brings in black money and if they come and tell it as white money, that means what you have done is called as offense under money laundering. Now, what is the problem here, people? The problem is simple. Now, use your brain. They're saying, if I bring in illegal money and I tell it as it's a white money, it is an offense. I'll do one thing. I will never tell anyone that it's white money, black money. I'll not tell at all. If I tell it is when I'm punishable, right? You're telling if I'm bringing the illegal money, that is, if I'm bringing the black money and I tell the world that it is white money, is when I'm punishable. I will not tell the word it is white money. I will not tell at all. That means there are two parts in this particular offense. One is illegal money and calling it as white money. And means what? Both have to be satisfied. Okay, I will bring illegal money. The second part, I will not tell anyone. Hello? That means I never did an offense. Make sense? Yes or no? Make sense? See, what does it say? The law is telling it's very clear. I call a person. I make a illegal money. I bring it, I'll dump it here. I'll silently start spending it. I'll not come and claim to the world that I have a net worth of 300 crore. I'll not tell it. I'll not claim it anywhere. I will live a lower middle class life. Or I'm saying economically backward life I'll live. I'll never come and tell anywhere. I'll not put it in any place. But I have this money. I will not showcase it anywhere. But when is it called as an offense of money laundering? When you show it as a white money to the world, but technically it is not white money, is when it is called as an offense. Hello? So what I'll do? I'll earn illegal money, but I will never show it to anyone. Sir, then what is the law? What is the exceptional rule here, sir? What should we do here? Why is it called as a common sense rule? Common sense rule is clear, people. Whether you tell to the world it is white money or black money, what you did is money laundering only. Then what is the exceptional rule here? What is the common sense rule here? That and should have been written as or. That is, if you earn illegal money or if you call the black money as white money, both are considered as money laundering only. That is the intention. But what did the lawmaker write? The lawmaker wrote it as you earn illegal money and then you claim it as a white money. That is the money laundering. That is a punishable offense. I will never tell to the world. That means it is not punishable. So what is the exceptional rule here, people? From 2002 to 2020, we had to read the word here. Can you see this? And. This and is there, no? Where I'm pointing the. If you search here means what you will find. So this and is there, no? That is the exceptional rule. This shouldn't have been and, it should have been or. Is when this rule will be understood properly. Now that is called as common sense rule. In 2020, the lawmakers also saw it. They also understood it. They legally amended this word. Today, it is not and, it is or. Now what I'm showing you is previous to the amendment. Now today, if you see, it says whether you earn illegal money or you claim the illegal money as legal money, both are punishable under this act. How? Tell. Okay, I'll tell you now. See, I will carry a chit. Now imagine there is a law in your ICAI. You carry a chit and you copy. You are punishable under ICAI Code of Conduct. I'll carry a chit. That question did not come. Hence, I did not copy. But I was found to be having the chit when they did inspection. They caught me. There was chit. What you did is punishable or not, you tell me. Why? And no, I didn't copy. I'll show, sir, see, this question didn't come. What will I copy? Tell me. You will write one chit. You will go to your CA exam. One chit you will take. You wrote the provision of, let us imagine, ejusdem generis and you went. They did not ask it. But an invigilator came, he was checking your pocket. They found a chit. You never copied, but you have a chit. Now, we are studying ICAI Code of Conduct. ICAI Code of Conduct says, if you carry a chit and you copy, you are punishable under ICAI Code of Conduct, you will be suspended. Now, you are telling, sir, I will challenge you. I never copied because ejusdem generis is not asked. Now, you tell me, should you be punished or not? Should you be suspended or not? Why? Now, first you tell me, in this you tell me. Why punishable? And means both has to be satisfied, no? Exam also is that only. You tell me exam, I'll tell you money laundering. Hey, wait, why is exam punishable? Tell me, da. But you did not copy, no. But the law is clear, no. It says if you carry a chit and you copy, you should be punishable. And is written, no. People, see here, there are, in law, there are two words. One is called as conjunctive word. One is called as disjunctive word. Wherever the lawmaker uses a conjunctive word, you need to read the provisions together. Small company means a company whose paid up share capital does not exceed 10 crore and turnover does not exceed 100 crore. Now, what if my paid up capital is 10 crore, my turnover is 150 crore? Will it be called as a small company? No. Why? Conjunctive. Both have to be satisfied. Disjunctive means word. When the lawmaker uses the word called or means I'm telling this also okay, this also okay. Every company having a net profit of 5 crore, turnover of CSR provision 1000 crore, net worth of 500 crore. Is it and or? Or one condition satisfied also CSR is applicable to you. That's the meaning of or. I cannot use the words casually in law. You can't say, I missed it. But whenever some big things happen, when people try to take advantage of loopholes, the judge is given a liberty to apply one rule. And that rule is called as exceptional rule of construction. Why am I calling it as an exception? Generally, conjunctive means both has to be satisfied. But if I allow the conjunctive rule to apply here, people will get away.
I'm not telling one is correct, or I'm telling section is correct.
How?
Sir, you said like using that without the means. If I use black, maybe no public things same time also. Like it's why.
Why are you using to public? Huh? Why does politicians have black money for public? No, you're getting it wrong. Somewhere you got it wrong. No, I mean, I did not understand what you're trying to justify. You just, I swear I didn't understand. No, you tell here only.
If I have that money and I use that black money for my purpose, like saying that black money, that is a white color. It's like what like it's white. Without getting this black.
Okay, then I'll take it up after the class only. You keep it on hold. 100 crore black money.
Purchasing ArivuPro plus 60% from that fund. So release of the white funds only.
Correct. Now you tell me, whatever he did, is it offense or it's not an offense?
Yes, it is.
So you're saying a person can earn illegal money and he can spend whenever he wants? I don't know, that's what I'm trying to say. No, how is it allowed? If I allow that, then you cannot, there cannot be a tax raid at all that can happen. Okay, understood. I think he's also trying to say that only, but okay. But you guys understood what is the exceptional rule of construction, huh? And if I read as or, it does not make sense. Or if I mean, wherever, if I read and as and, it doesn't make sense there. Exception is people. Generally, you need to read as this. Exception is you need to read as this. And this was read as or for 18 years until they brought in a amendment in the law itself. Today it is not having and, they have amended and they have put the or only there. That is what is today's rule. But that was not there for the last 18 years. Are you understanding? I'll give you one more example, people. People, when is the e-voting mandatory? Listed company? Tell me properly. Don't eat any words. Properly you tell. When is the e-voting applicable? Tell me. All listed companies and companies having members having 1,000 or more should mandatorily follow e-voting. Not mandatory. I'm asking, e-voting is mandatory for whom? Listed companies Don't eat the word in between. Listed companies and companies having. Okay, a question to you. There is a company which is listed on Bombay Stock Exchange. It's a listed company. It is having people 750 shareholders. Again, I'm telling you, there is a listed company which is having 750 shareholders. Now, should this company give e-voting facility or not? How many of you think it is yes? Again, I'm repeating, there is a company which is listed company, it is having 750 equity shareholders, listed company. Should this company give e-voting facility to its shareholders or not is a question. How many of you think yes, they have to give? How many of you think no, it should not give? Okay. Kalai, why no? Sir, Kalai is saying and sir, constructive. Hello, yes or no? Remember people, you need to apply the exceptional rule here. Have you ever seen in the entire Companies Act a listed company coupled with that number of members? What was the intention of lawmaker here? To tell e-voting is applicable to listed company and also companies having 1,000 or more members. That was the intention, but Anna wrote it as and. But there is a rule, conjunctive. You have to read it together. If I read it together, listed company, you guys are gone. If I'm investing in that company, if you don't give me e-voting, I have to travel to Mumbai to vote. Hello. But that's not the intention of the lawmaker. One more example. Remember and go. Exceptional rule of interpretation will apply here. Write down there, or you go and write down in section 108. You have to write it as and only. But when you are interpreting it, you need to interpret it as two different conditions. Listed, even if I'm having 500 members, the condition is applicable to me. Hello? Pakkana? Now I'll tell you why. Now try to think the other way. People, one company, public company, unlisted. It is having 10,000 shareholders. It is unlisted. 10,000 shareholders are there. You tell me, should they give e-voting facility or not? Are you understanding? If I read it as and people, that means I have to be listed first. If you guys remember, I told I'll be giving you a cross reference in iOS for this particular rule. Hello? Write it down in section 108. Where to write, sir? Where to write? Section 108. You write in your book only. We have written no. Write it there. Understand what is exceptional? Machas. Understood what you mean by exceptional. Hello? People, I'll tell you one thing. For iOS people, it is very difficult to find the examples. I've given you 6 rules. For all 6, I have given you justified case laws. It is very difficult to find a loophole in the law and come and explain you that. In fact, I was explaining in CA final, this PMLA, prevention of money laundering. I was telling that time, people, this is and you see, lawmakers change of my rule. Whatever my example was there, they made it of us or no. That PMLA thing. Yeah, 100%. Clear? Hello? I hope it is clear. So this rule is called as what people? What? Exceptional rule of interpretation. People, general rule is what? See, exception, general. General rule is what? There are 2 types of word. Conjunctive, disjunctive. Conjunctive means and. You have to generally read it together. Disjunctive means you need to read it in isolation. Or. This is general. Exceptional is people and can be treated as or can be treated as and. Hello. Pakana. And there are one more types of word. One is called as people directory in nature. One is called as mandatory in nature. Directory means people. The lawmaker would have used the word called as shall. Mandatory means people. The lawmaker would have used the word called as may. I said opposite. I'm sorry. Directory means people may. Mandatory means people shall. So wherever the law uses the word called as shall, that means you need to mandatory follow that rule. If the word used by the law is may, that means you are directed. That means I am telling you, if possible, you do. If not, leave. Sir, give us an example. Common seal. Every company may have a common seal. It is directory in nature. If you want, you follow. If not, you leave. Mandatory in nature, people, wherever we have used the word shall. Example is e-voting only. Every company which is listed shall give a e-voting. You don't have a choice. You have to give. Hello. Now here also exceptional rule means what? If shall is not making sense, you need to take it as may. If may is not making sense, you need to take it as shall. That's the exceptional. Yeah. You write section 108 and they can, people remember people, they can connect one act to another act and they can ask you a question. In general clauses act also, I'll tell you, such questions are possible. I'll tell you. So when they're asking you section 108, you need to quote that only. And here does not, or it defeats the purpose of the law. So and here should be read as or under exceptional rule of interpretation. Hello. Machas, I hope you guys are understanding the. I hope it is not just going as a bouncer, but technical, but you should understand it is. Hello? Okay. Common sense rule, conjunctive, disjunctive words, may, must, shall, mandatory, directory, law. It's okay, Aylan. Everything will go good. Yes, sir. Now, people, that is your 6 rules of interpretation. What are the 6 rules, people? Try to recollect. You can easily recollect everything, people. So, the 6 rules. The first rule, people, the first rule, primary rule of interpretation is called as literal rule of interpretation. What do I mean by that, sir? Absoluta sententia. Generally, people, when the law is clear, follow the law. Next one, people, utras majis valyat pam paryat. What do I mean by that? The law should be read in a way so it has to lead to a sensible meaning. If it is not, you are allowed to construct the law. The third one was, people, harmonious construction. You have to read the law together. If it is not possible, specific rule will always override the general rule. Yes? The next one is called as, people, mischief rule. So whenever you're not able to give a remedy, you need to see what is the mischief. You need to suppress that. You need to pass the remedy. The next one was, people, rule of exceptional construction, also called as common sense rule. That means generally directory words to be seen as directory, mandatory to be seen as mandatory, conjunctive to be conjunctive, disjunctive to be disjunctive. That is general rule. But what is the exceptional rule? Disjunctive can be considered as conjunctive, conjunctive can be considered as disjunctive, and can be considered or can be considered as and. The last rule was people, agestim generis. That means which belongs to the same kind or same species. This is your primary rules. Any doubt? Done? Okay. Once primary rules are done, people, we'll be done with this in no time. The next one is called as people secondary rules. What is the secondary rule of interpretation? The secondary rule is called, what happened? Doubt? Okay. Secondary rule of interpretation. What does secondary rule of interpretation mean? In secondary rule of interpretation, we have two rules. One is called as people doctrine of nociter a sources. It is called as nociter a sources. What do I mean nociter a sources? Nociter a sources means nociter. See, nociter. Know your associates. That means people, if I have to tell you what type of person you are, I can tell it to you based upon your 4 friends. They say, no, you are nothing but an average of 4 friends of yours. That's a saying, right? They say, no, show me your friends, I'll tell you your character. Nociter associates is that rule. So that's a generic rule, people. You're nothing but you're an average of 4 of your best friends. That's the rule. So be wise in choosing your friends. Yes? I don't know. Yes, people? No, people. So, what happened? Shivani? Shivaji. Shivaji is like, sir, ask Vanilla not to tell my name, sir. I tell her, sir, so many times. Yesterday also I told her, don't take my name in the class. I feel shy. Yeah? Okay. Now, nociter associates means, understood, Hello? Now, for example, the best example I can give you people, what does this mean? Orange means what? Fruit. I'm asking what is orange? You're saying orange. Fruit. Huh? Word. It's a word. Huh? It's a movie. Oh, macha. This is another perspective. Very good. Number. ஆறு அஞ்சு அல்ல. I'm saying, I know, macha, for this joke, minimum you deserve Padma Bhushan. That's bare minimum. He's saying ஆறு அஞ்சு, sir. But he has good perspective. Now, people, what do I mean by orange? This is called as people nociter associates. Whenever a word can have multiple meanings, how do I understand that particular word? You need to understand that word based upon its associates. Associate means the word or in which context that word is used. Based on these words, this word will take the color of it. That means you will get the same meaning of it. It's called as what people nociter associates. Understood? One day what happened, people, one person went to one hotel. He ordered for people one juice. Yeah. He ordered for a orange juice. The hotel gave him a fresh orange juice and they gave him a bill at the end of the day. So in the bill, people, they had included the cost of the orange juice is this much, and they had also included people some tax. So the total amount, because back then we had VAT and all, I'm telling those days. So when he saw the bill, let us imagine the bill is coming to 200. How much is the VAT? Let us imagine it's 20 rupees. He said, how can you levy VAT on this? on a fresh orange juice, you cannot levy any tax. He said, who said, sir? I don't know. My manager gave me, I gave you the bill. You call your manager. Now, what did they do? Meanwhile, people, they opened the law and they showed this particular rule. What does it say? The rule says, where is it? No citer sources. Okay, the rule says this. While dealing in Purchase Tax Act, which use the expression manufactured beverages, Allah, sorry, where is that? Allah, one second. One second. Okay, see, well, this only. If it is manufactured beverages, fruit juice, and bottled waters and syrups, all this are subjected to the purchase tax. So whenever a person is buying any of these things, which one? Manufacturing beverages, fruit juice, bottled waters, syrups. If you buy any of these people, you need to pay tax on it. So the manager came and said, see, sir, according to Purchase Tax Act, you have to pay tax because you have purchased a fruit juice and you need to pay tax. It is clearly written in the Purchase Tax Act. The person said, no, I should not pay tax. You'll not believe people. These two people fought and they went to the court. And the case was filed. The case law, people, is called Commissioner of Customs and Excise versus Savoy Hotel. Now the question is, people, whether when a customer ordered for a fruit juice, should I pay or should I collect tax on it or not? Now you tell me, should I collect tax on it or not? You just try to see this and tell me, technically, should I collect tax or not? How do you apply nociter associates here and how do you pass a judgment? Hello? We should collect tax. Why? Fruit juice. It is clearly written. Hello? Yes, why? How many of you think, yes, they have to collect tax? Why? It is written as fruit juice. How many of you think, no, we should not collect tax? Why? How many of you like, who cares? Hey, see here, people. What do I mean by nociter associates, people? The first word says manufactured beverages, comma. Next says, people, fruit juice and bottled water. And next says syrup. People, if I have to give this all a group, they are trying to tell fruit juice people here. There are two types of fruit juice. One is I take a fresh fruit juice, I put it in a mixie, I do grr, I give it in a glass, I give it to you. Now, that is one type of fruit juice. The second type of fruit juice we know, we go to a market, we open a Tropicana, we pour it to your glass, we give it to you. Now, that is also fruit juice. But what is the difference between these two? One is called as a fresh fruit juice. One is called as a canned fruit juice. Now the question is, on which should I levy tax? Canned fruit juice, huh? Any fruit juice, huh? How do you say it is canned? The entire group, my associate says, I'm talking about a product which is already made, pre-prepared. It is not being freshly made. Manufactured. Is it being here? No. Bottled water. In front of you, they'll pour it and they'll seal it and they'll give it to you. No. Syrups. Already made. Everything is pre-prepared. Then people, I will take the word fruit juice also to mean not the fresh fruit juice. I'm trying to tell here, I'm talking about the bottled fruit juice. That is Tropicana, your Maza, your Fruity. I'm talking about that. And that is the principle the court applied here. And the principle was, people, nociter associates, know your associates. Now, fruit juice can be seen in 2-3 ways now. How will I understand what is the meaning? Based upon its words around it. That is the meaning of associates. Exactly like the word orange you said. It can be a fruit as well as a color. It took the color, it took that particular meaning based upon the words around it. In the same way, here, what did the lawmaker say? Excise duty, people, technically it belonged to a date where whatever was pre-manufactured, you need to pay excise duty on it. Nothing but like this purchase tax on it. That was the intention. But it was vaguely written. What to do? Clarification came by a way of case law. In this, they gave how to read this particular word by applying a principle called as nosa iter associs. Understood? Huh? Okay. Her question is, sir, what is the difference between this and aegis generis? Both are same. Correct. Aegis generis, remember, it's a general word which does not have a meaning of its own. Example, etc., such other person, general contracts. These words do not have a meaning of its own at all. Does etc. has a meaning? When I just write the word etc. and I ask you to say, what does that mean? What do you say? It does not. Now I'll tell you, who is allowed to the class? Such other person. It does not have a meaning of its own. That is when aegis generis will come into picture. So series of a specific category of word and a word which does not have a meaning of its own at all. Aegis generis will come. When a word has its own meaning, but I'm confused, that is when I'll apply nosa iter associs. But a beautiful question. Understood? Hello? What if it's the same orange juice, but we're getting it in a bottle? Fresh fruit only, no? Intention is, no, intention is what? That is packaged in front of you to take it to your home. Am I selling it like that only? Let us imagine, I'll do everything and I'll keep it and I'm selling it like a packaged product only. Then yes, it will be covered here. Yes, for parcel, if you are doing it only for parcel purpose, I will still consider it as fresh fruit juice. There will be no purchase tax. What if the company does thousands of it first only? That's what. For that, I gave you the answer. I'm giving you the other way around. I do 100,000 bottles the previous day and I'll come and sell it. Now it becomes a pre-packaged commodity. Then I will levy a purchase tax on it. People, understood? Understood? Nosa iter associs, any doubt? Hello? Hello? Okay, well, the next rule, people, start telling people, tongue twister is coming, people. The tongue twister is people called as what? Contemponia, exposito, yes, the opsima, et forticinia, league. Yalla Latin. Yes, is it good? Contemponia, exposito, et forticinia, in league. Easy? Hey, so easy. See, contemponia, desposito, like that you remember. Yes to optima, yes to, Optimus. I don't know if any of your transformers that is how I used to remember it as well. Optimus Prime. Okay. Next one, yet to forticinia. Forticinia. In league matches. League. So try to remember it in that way. But what does it even mean? Contemponia exposito. In league. What do you mean by this? Correct. Contemponia meaning people, nothing but contemporary. That's the word. Contemponia means. Contemporary means people, nothing but people. Now, whenever we are trying to understand the old law, now we are confused on what does this particular word mean. When we are confused on how to understand a particular word, we need to check on those days, was there any regulator? Was there any authority? If at all there was any authority back then, if he has given any judgment, if he has given any clarification, we have to follow that clarification for understanding a rule. Example, sir, now today we have NCLT. Now, in Companies Act 1956, who was there? Now imagine if I'm doubtful, if I want to understand something, what happened back then? How do I understand? If I'm having doubt today, if I have to refer back to those cases, how do I understand? There was one authority back then. We used to call them as CLB, Company Law Board. Contemporary means those days. Authority means authority. On those days, whoever were the authority, if they have given any clarification, please follow that. Hello? So if you are confused on any given day, people, go back in time and see if the regulators at that days, if they have given you any clarification, please try to follow that. That's the meaning of this word. The best interpretation is that made by a contemporary authority. Contemporary means those days. Authority means a regulator. If they have given you a clarification, please follow it that way. That is point one. Point two, if you are still not able to make sense reading a law, always remember the right way to read a law is to read it as if when it was made. Indian Contract Act, you cannot sit in WhatsApp generation and read it. You have to read it as if even today we are using letters, and then if you try to understand Indian Contract Act, it will make sense. If you read in today's date, sir, what, sir? Offer acceptance. In seconds, it will know, no, sir. If you read it like that, you will never understand Indian Contract Act. That's the meaning of best way to interpret a document is to read it as it would have been read when made. So you can't use, you can't read a previous law in today's generation and you cannot say that law doesn't make sense. Hello? Understanding? That's the first part of the rule. Second part says people, optima legum interpres, yes, constitutes. What do you mean by those people? There's nothing but which we have already seen. You guys only will tell who is the example. The custom is the best interpreter of law. What is this, people? Whenever you're confused, people, if at all how to use a particular word, or if you're confused, see if any of your customs exist. Custom means what, people? How we have been understood that concept over a period of time. That is only called as customs. Best example I can give you of people, all our regional, religious laws are called as people customary laws. Hindu law, Parsi law, Mohammedan law, Christian law, all of these are people, religious laws. All these are what? Customary laws. There is a Hindu law. Hindu law is there, but you don't have an act. I can't call it as Hindu law 1992 because there is nothing. It is a law, but there is no year. Mohammedan law is there, but you don't have an year. Why? But how are we calling it as a law? If you guys are saying, where's are all that? If you guys join LLB, in your first sem you will read Hindu law. In your second sem you will read Mohammedan law, Christian law, and Parsi law also. To an extent will be there as a part of your curriculum, and it is not an act. What is the difference? Act means, people, it is passed in parliament. And I'm still calling this as a law. How come? Customary law. I'll prove it to you. Hello? Any of your parents here, mother's side, they had property, but your mother did not get the share. Anyone like that? Yes, you have seen scenario. So there is a partition happened. Yes, but all the brothers would have taken. Mother did not get even 1 rupee. Correct? Why? Huh? Got punished. You got money. Then why did you raise the? He can understand what I'm saying. I'm not asking your interests. Dowry and all I'm not saying. I'm asking something else. I hope you guys understood what I'm saying. Did we get it? But will you get it going forward? Rag will be like, of course. Of course, everything is mine only. If I want, I'll give it to my brother. Correct or not, Raghavi? Who, sir? People, today can I come and say only the boys will take everything? My God. You, correct, Yes, sir. But people, don't you think you all have seen this? At least I'm saying next generation can't even understand, but your generation can understand. And my friends, you have been through that law. For decades, you have been through. It took India 60 years to give a recognition for a girl child in the property inheritance. 60 years. Then where was your patriarchal society, feminism and all? Where was it there? Where was gender equality? Understood? Customs. Don't you think people have filed case? In high courts, people, we have at least, I'm telling you, 1,000 petitions rejected, which was filed by girls on a clear law, which was not an act based on customary. The girl cannot be entitled for a property share. Don't judge me. I'm telling the case. Hello? Are you understanding? But what happened in 2006? Indian Succession Act came. Indian Succession Act. That means it was a formal rule. No longer customary will prevail. In the act, they said people, if at all there is a girl child is also eligible for the equal amount of share as much as a boy child gets. Now you get it. This is the reason. Hello? So if you look at it, the partition would have happened before that. Yes? Now she is demanding. But what is the scenario? Huh? I'll tell you why in General Clause Act. Yes? I understood all of you. Yes, sir. That is what it is. Understood all of you? Yes, that's all, people. That is your secondary rules. Hello? Any doubts here? Sure. Pakka. Perfect. There is something called as aids to interpretation. Song. He needs time, da. After the break, you'll see. No. Prepare means what? You'll write musical notes, da. After break. Ayla is lyricist. He creates memes. Ayla? Okay. Okay, people. Okay, let us do one thing. Let us go for a break and come. Open it. Or you just ange 2 minutes ange. We'll see at least some 2, 3 and then we'll go for 16. Song koda bolu break hakortini. Or else do one thing, people. It's okay. Go and come so that you will understand the second part better. Go for a break and come. It's okay. Again, we'll take some 10 minutes if needed. Okay, settle down, settle down. Just close the door down. Yes, people. Next break. People, aids to interpretation or construction. Now, what does it say? People. Macha, easy da. Next half an hour will be done. Concentrate. Easy. Yeah. I'll tell you how I used to do. I used to write down every day. You'll not believe the way we generally say certain things, right? Like, for example, shlokas. Every day you say, no. I used to say every day, Because you'll not believe people, in my first sem of law, we had in total 73 legal maxims like this. First day I went and I asked my teacher also same thing. My teacher was principal. He was taking that subject. Sir, how sir to remember? That's what he said. He said one very wise words. If you're trying to memorize it, you can never do it. If you're trying to understand it, it is achievable. That means if I just keep thinking, I have to remember, you will never remember it. If you start understanding, you will definitely be able to. Now, for example, what is it? See, a contemporary authority. If you are able to remember it in that way, remember, even if you have spelling mistakes, it's okay. I need not have to match letter by letter. That accuracy and all, they'll not expect from you. But remember, exposito should not become desposito and all. That and all, that's a criminal offense. Non-compoundable. Yes or no? Hello? If they're asking you, it is always required to be written. There are two ways to ask. One is they can directly tell you, say, whatever, say Utras, Magis, Qualiam, Vampariat. They can directly give you that particular thing. Or they can ask you the other way around. So when they're asking you, say, reasonable construction, now you are expected to write these things. Both ways they can ask you to write. But I'm telling you, limits, these things and all of this, it cannot be achieved in 2 revisions, 3 revisions. Not possible. But if you see it every day, definitely possible. iOS is a scoring chapter. Remember that. Easily around 10 marks. Because you see, General Clauses Act, FEMA, and iOS 30 marks. FEMA can come to 12 to 15 marks. 12 possible, FEMA. Then rest of the 18 marks should be divided between General Clause Act and iOS. General Clauses Act maximum weightage is 6 to 8 marks. So rest of the marks will go to iOS. That means what? Pakka 8 to 10 will be there in iOS. And I'm telling you, there will be nothing easy to write. The first 5 attempts, it was direct. Now Sona is coming. Now vehicle is coming. But they are keeping it easy still. In Sona case, if they have to make it difficult, they need not have to tell, apply the beneficial rule of construction and you try to interpret the law. They need not have to tell you that. They told you. That means they're still trying to help you. Yes. And always remember, when the paper is difficult is when you need to work the most. Never give up the hopes when the paper is difficult. People do the other way around. If paper is difficult, we give away our hope in the first hour. Correct? Remember, if people remember your process, you have sat for 6 months. You will lose nothing for sitting 3 hours. Do your best. And remember, miracles can happen. Third one, it is not done until it is done. Until you get the result, you are not failed. Your hopes are alive even before the day of the result. Remember that. During the attempt, one paper can go wrong. Never ever think I will not go to the next attempt, next paper. That's the biggest blunder students will do. You remember I told you mine, company law story? I got 40 or 41, you remember? That day I said myself, I came home, I declared to my parents, I will not go and write because I know my result. I slept. We were, that I wrote it in the month of December. So December comes in the afternoon attempt for CS. So I came home, I just slept. After the attempt, I said, I screwed it up, I know. I think around 1 o'clock or 1:30 in the night, somewhere I felt, I have worked for around 6 months. and this is the last paper, and I'm saying I'll give it up. Okay, I will not go to the exam. What better plans I have? Nothing. So what did I do? I woke up around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the night. Remember, how much ever you study for the entire 5, 6, 8, 10, 1 year, whatever you guys have studied, but that last day matters a lot. Correct? Yes or no? So I studied. It was an afternoon attempt, 2:30. I woke up. I again went. I studied. How much ever I was able to study, I studied. I went to the exam. You'll not believe, people, that paper which I felt, it is gone. In that paper, I got 41. 40 or 41, I don't remember. Now I thought I have failed. And this last paper, I wrote it in that interest only. Anyways, it's gone. Okay. I'm giving up. No, 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 no. I'll try. Anyways, it's gone. No, 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 no. I'll try. In this mindset, I wrote this. And how much I got in that? I got 44. And the first two papers made wonders for me. One was tax, one was costing. One I got around 77 and one I got around 81. Somewhere around 81 or something like that. Tax I got more than 80. Yeah. And that played the game for aggregate. These did the job for me. I had to pass and I got 200. That is when I realized, okay, it is not done until it is completely done. Remember that. And wisest words I can tell you is, remember, people, never miss an attempt. There is never a perfect attempt. Even a ranker, if given a choice, wouldn't have taken the attempt. They would say, my next attempt would have been the better version. I should skip this. Never miss an attempt. An attempt is always precious. Because I'll tell you, if you're not writing in the month of September, you'll say for the month of Jan. What you do is procrastinate, that's all. Jan, no. Instead of reading 8 hours, I'll read 4 hours a day. Where is the other 4 hours going? Nothing. You're doing nothing. Correct? Unfortunately, the most essential thing in our life is time, and that does not have a balance sheet. LHS equals RHS does not work there. Time will be going somewhere where you will not be able to quantify it. But if you keep a target, the target is always an attempt. You say that I'm taking up in September, your mind will make the math for you. It will balance it. So always remember that. Never ever miss an attempt. Attempt is precious. Sir, I would have done my best if I'm doing in that one. If I would have done like this if I'm doing this one. Never ever do that. But if you guys think, no, sir, I want to write both the groups and all, then prepare accordingly and go. As I always say, I can never end my classes on November and I cannot go and write both the groups in Jan. Very difficult. When I interact with some students, people, one thing that if I have to write success mantra is, especially in north and in some places, when people are approaching for these ranks, what is their approach? They're very clear in mind, people. What is that? If the exam gets over today, their ranks are not fluke. That means what? They prepare 4-5 months for that. They know that I have to sit. So if my classes are getting over in the month of October, they don't write in Jan. They write in May. And they say that I want to get rank. And they'll make it count. And that's why they'll take both the groups. Now what is happening? Target is fixed. What? Jan I have to write. We'll see whether one will fit, both will fit. Let us fit and let us write. What happens? In that mindset, you're wasting time. You're attending classes. You'll come until September, October, November. Then you will feel, you're overburdened. I'll take up only one. And throughout the 6 months, you have neither prepared one. You have been focusing on both. Neither will this work, nor will that work. So what is the problem? No proper planning. So first is mindset. One, not two. You know yourself better. Correct? You question yourself. how much is the syllabus? Am I able to take it? Can I take such number of 2 groups? Can I write the exams in a stretch? Am I that person? No, I'll take it aram se. I'll take it easily. What category of person you are? You question that. And accordingly, you give your attempt. It is more easier than to just go with a blank mind or without a plan. Yes? So try to do those things. And always remember, before going for exam, make sure you're taking up mock exams. 100-mark tests you guys have to write. Your final exam should not be your first place where you're writing your exams. Because people, remember, you are already in stress. Your pen will not move an inch. In fact, your first 15-20 minutes, your pen will not even pick up the pace. You will fumble, you will feel tensed, you will feel pressured, you will feel stressed. All that will definitely happen because we are humans. That is point 1. Point 2, never ever fix the result in your mind and give an attempt. All that you need to work for is a good attempt. I repeat, all that you need to work for is a good attempt. You can't say, I have to clear this attempt, no matter what. I have to clear. It's a good agenda to have. I'm not denying it. But if you keep putting yourself under a pressure, I have to win, I have to win, either the best can come out of you or you will feel terribly, people. You will feel that outburst of emotions will happen. You know, if not this attempt, then I'm gone. That thought mindset you will go. So never have your attempt result driven. What is that you need to work for? A good attempt. Never let down yourself. If you turn back and see, you should not feel guilty. I wasted 5 months. You should say yourself, I tried, but I failed. It's okay. So who are the people who live in guilt? They are the people, because you have done such terrible mistake, you are not able to forgive yourself, is when guilt haunts you. When will you feel guilt? You have not studied. You know what you have done wrong. That is when guilt haunts you. What if you correct that? So never do these mistakes. And a subject will be done today. What do you guys do after going home? Throw the book only, no? Be in touch with it. You have to be in touch with it. That means what? Now, what are your previous subject? Audit. How many of you open the audit books in the last 30 days? If you're doing it, really good. But you should not miss the present as well. If you have a day off, sit half an hour, 1 hour, go through the previous subject ka book. On an everyday basis, go through the current subject. On a weekend, on a day off, sit for half an hour, revise what is happening. Yes? Always remember, there is no concept called as a perfect teacher. A perfect teacher never exists. And if some teacher tells you, I will pakka make you clear, don't believe. Yes? Then what is the difference? The difference is a student. A perfect student exists. I'm teaching a class of 100. If all 100 clear, then I am the perfect teacher. But will all 100 clear? That means only the perfect students are clearing, never a perfect teacher. Then what am I trying to tell? The magic does not happen in the class. The magic happens at home. The sooner you realize, the better for you. In the class, you're understanding the concepts. I'm introducing you to the world of exams. This is how it is going to be. This is how it is. But unfortunately, you have to fight your battle. I can prepare you. See, this is how you need to swing your sword. All that I can tell you. But in the battlefield, you need to take the bullet. Correct? Yes. But always go with a practical plan. That is very, very important. Is clear? Hello? Yes? Don't do those things. That mistakes don't do. Clear? Yes? Okay. Okay. Now, people, let us finish the second part of it. What does it say? Aids to interpretation or construction. Aids to interpretation or construction means, people, whenever we are trying to interpret or construct, when the judge is trying to interpret or construct, there are some help that you will get. What are the helps? There are two types of help. One is called as internal helps. One is called as external help. Internal means, people, inside the act only, the judges having or judges getting some help. We call such help as internal aids. So if the act is silent, I'm not able to understand anything from the act, then we will go out of the book. That is only called as external aid. Sir, what are the helps that the judge will get inside the book? Inside the book, people, what you get is the first one. The first help is called as title. What do I mean by title? Title is nothing but, people, at certain times, when I'm trying to understand why this law, for example, section 3 of PMLA, that and or and, when I'm trying to get confused, then one thing is very clear for me is the title of the act. Why did we introduce this law? Because the title says, what is the title? The name, the heading of the act, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So it is very simple. The stance I'm taking is I want to prevent the money laundering. I need to read the law in those grounds only. Now, for example, POSH, prevention of sexual harassment of. There are two also. One is prevention of sexual harassment. One more is prevention of sexual harassment of women at workplace. There are both. My act is very clear there. It is telling me so much about the sections that is going to come by. That is the meaning of title. Understanding? Earlier, people, we used to have long titles. That is, we used to explain everything in the act only. Nowadays, we follow short titles. The titles are pretty small. Companies Act, Partnership Act, LLP Act, Contract Act. It just says this is the thing. We call such titles as short titles. Understanding? Huh? Yes? Okay, I'll tell you once I tell you the preamble. This part, any doubt here? What do you mean by title? One is called as short title, one is called as long title. What is long title? I'll tell you. For now, just keep it on hold. Now remember, whenever the section is very clear, I don't need this internal aids at all. Whenever the section is not clear, is when I'll come and refer to, okay, what is the title? Okay, can I understand it this way? When will I come and refer? Only when the section is unclear. When the section is clear, I will clearly follow the section only. I will not come and rely upon the title. When the section is little ambiguous, confusing, I'll come and try to take all these helps. Understanding? All of you? Okay. The second type of thing is called as, people, preamble. Heard of preamble, all of you? What do I mean by preamble? One preamble you have all heard of is what? We the people of India solemnly declare ourselves what? Secular, republic, sovereign. That's there, no? Yes or no? That is only called as preamble. What is preamble there? Preamble is setting the path for Constitution of India. When you're about to read Constitution of India, preamble gives you an introduction to the law. Preamble in general means what? Introduction. What am I going to see? Something like object clause. Preamble is nothing but I'm setting the tone for what is coming next. So remember, in old laws, the old legislators used to follow the concept called as preamble. What is preamble? Preamble says, what is the need or purpose of this law? That's why constitution starts with we, the citizens of India, solemnly, that means we are accepting that the country is secular. And that's what you'll see in constitution. You can profess any religion you want. That's what is written in constitution. You have a right to speak. And we are of the people, by the people, for the people. Where is that written? That is only called as what? Democratic. Where is it written? Constitution. That is preamble. So I'm setting the tone for the entire book. So our earlier lawmakers followed this concept called as preamble. Preamble is an introduction. Hello? Understanding? Remember, modern laws does not have preamble, not even one. So preamble is only and only for the old statutes. In new statutes, you cannot find it. So then you are saying for the new statutes, there is nothing that defines us, sir, what this law is for, or what is that is going to be. No introduction, nothing will be there, sir. For example, if I have to give you one, what is the law we have? Okay, we'll take this only. Our company law only. What else we want? We'll see what is the preamble of Companies Act. If we'll see if it is there, first of all. Online audible, ada? It will not open. Okay. Okay, see here, what does it say? Section 1 of Companies Act says as what? Short title, extent term, commencement term, and application. That is section 1 of Companies Act. Now, what does section 1, subsection 1 says? This act may be called as Companies Act 2013. Now, imagine people, if it is written as long title here, that means they will write in 1 or 2 lines, they would have written the purpose also. That means what? This law is to govern all the companies incorporated in India under the Companies Act 2013. If that is written, we call that as a long title. That means, what am I trying to tell? In the modern laws, there is no concept of preamble. Long title itself will serve the purpose of preamble. So we have two types of titles. One is called as short, Companies Act 2013. If I explain the entire purpose in the act only, I will call that as people long title, or a few acts what they will do. Here they will come and define, for example, POSH, prevention of sexual harassment. They'll come and define prevention of sexual harassment. This act is to make sure that such things does not happen at the workplace. That itself will become a long title. So today, there can be a short title, there can be a long title. There is no preamble. Whatever was the purpose, preamble used to serve in the old laws. The same thing, long title is serving in the new laws, but not as much as detail in the preamble. So preamble, we used to write 1 page and all. Long title will be hardly 1 line or 2 lines. Are you getting the point? So what is long title today? Nothing but people, introduction to the law. Preamble also was that only, but in detail for the old laws. Are you understanding? Yes. And whenever the titles are big, by default, we call them as people long title and will not call them as short title. When will we call it as a long title? When the act itself, the title itself is explaining the purpose, we will call that as people long title. The example is, as I told you, the what is that? Prevention of money laundering, or this posh policies. All these are the examples of what people long title. Are you understanding, all of you? Yes. So, but in reality, people, do we have preamble today? Answer is no. Old laws? Answer is yes. And that's what we have written here. See, the long title tells what people, purpose of the act. What does preamble say? Express scope, object, or purpose of the act. Then what is the difference between these two? Time, that's all. This was for old acts, this is for new acts. Whenever the title is lengthy and title itself has everything in it, we call it as a long title. Understood, all of you? Makes sense? And remember, whenever the section is clear, we will not come and refer preamble, we will not come and refer title, all of that we will not refer. When will we come and refer? Only when the section is unclear. Understood? One day what happened, people, there was one marriage that took place between one Hindu and one Christian. There was a marriage that took place between a Hindu and a Christian. Now what did they do? They both got married. Their parents wants to come and say that whatever the marriage that happened between these two people, that marriage is null and void. Why? Because they married it as per Hindu Marriage Act. That is what people, that is Hindu law. That is what did they do? I'll tell you. So what did they do is, people, I'll tell you. Now what did they do is, they married by tying 3 knots. Who married? The Christian and a Hindu. Now what happened? The parents started saying this marriage is null and void because the act or no law considers this marriage valid because it is between 2 different people. Now, in the court, all of this is happening in court. The case law is also what, people? It is Gallipoli Saurya Raj versus Bandaru Pavani. That's the case. Now, they went to the court saying that the marriage is null and void. Don't consider it as valid at all. Now, in the court, they say, prove it that it is null and void. Now, people, they went and they referred the section. What does section say here? Section 5 of Hindu Marriage Act provides that a marriage may be solemnized between 2 Hindus. That is what section 5 said. Now, people, the couple started saying, sir, look at section 5 of Hindu Marriage Act. The section 5 itself is telling the marriage may happen between 2 Hindus. Now, what do I mean by that? May, sir, it is directory in nature. That means it may be 2 Hindus or it may not be 2 Hindus also. Who said this? The couple said it. They argued it in the court. Hello? Now, people, the opponent lawyer said, sir, here the word may is not for the religion. It is not an option given for the religion. The may here means the lawmaker is telling you cannot say a marriage shall happen between 2 Hindus. I cannot force them and get them married. I'm telling, whenever the couple wants to get married, they may get married. That is the meaning of the word may here. It is not to force you to get married. If I write shall, what will it happen? I'm forcing you. Can a lawmaker say, I'll force you to get married? No. Now, the opponent lawyer said, so the meaning of may here is not for religion, it is for the consent. Now, again, people, judge took 2 adjournments. What do I say? How do I prove what is may here? No law is perfect. Hello. Remember, the opponent lawyer now took one of the internal aid. Section is unclear. What did the opponent lawyer do? Opponent lawyer relied upon the preamble. The preamble said, why did we make Hindu Marriage Act? What is the reason of preamble? I told you, it introduces you to the law. The preamble said, people, the preamble of the act, which reads as, it is an act to amend and codify the law relating to marriage. Based on this, the opponent lawyer said, the marriage of these two people under this act is considered as null and void. Hello? So the court held this marriage as people invalid on these grounds. They later got a registered marriage. That's a different story. I mean, they literally did. Yes. So now the question is, when to refer preamble? Only when the section is unclear. That's the case law. Understood? Any doubts? Hello. Why am I calling it as an internal aid? Understood? We are calling it as an internal aid because when the law is unclear, the book itself is giving me what to do. It is telling me how to react in such scenario. Understanding? All of you? Pakka? Hello? Okay, done. That is what is called people preamble. Yes? Now, sir, say for example, what is the next internal aid? The next internal aid is people. When you open Companies Act, people, all the sections are categorized like this. Can you see? Preliminary, incorporation of company and matters incidental thereto, prospectus and allotment of securities, share capital and debentures. Now, why are we seeing what are all of this? What is this called? This is called as people chapter or a heading. We call this as a chapter or a heading. Are you understanding this? They're telling you whenever you're confused in understanding a word, at times even the chapter name can also be of an internal aid for you. It can help you to understand the context. For example, if I'm reading incorporation chapter, that means it is setting you a tone. Under this chapter, all the matters you have to understand it from the perspective of starting a company, incorporation of company. You should not treat it as, imagine in some place they might have written, if you want to incorporate an entity, you should not get a doubt, what does entity here mean? You should not think, is it LLP? Is it partnership firm? So the chapter is setting you a tone. It is incorporation of company. So when you are doing, say, prospectus and allotment of securities, it is setting you a tone. The next internal is called people. It is nothing but the chapters, headings. I'm not saying it will literally change your way of thinking, but that is also one of the internal aid, is what they are telling. Understood, all of you? Every act will have chapters. Hello? Yes? It's nothing but classification of sections. That is what is the next one, people. Heading and title of a chapter. Simple? All of you? Yes? Okay. Next one is called as, people, marginal notes. What do I mean by marginal notes? So for example, let us imagine there is company law. Yeah. Now if you want to, nowadays it is irrelevant, but back then what we used to do is, now if I need to learn law, what I need to do, I have to see, the internet is not that accessible. Yes. And what is right, what is wrong, how will you know? So what our firms used to do, every year they used to purchase the latest edition of the company law book, a bare act. And that was the source. That's why if you see all these movies of legal movies or all of this, you will always see a lawyer sitting in behind everything. There'll be so many books, and there'll be same books which is printed into like 13, 15. One can be because of volume. One can be like 3 books, 4 books also will be there. The other one is, people, is edition. Are you understanding? Now you can think, no, sir, let us imagine he has stored 13 editions. Can't he throw the old edition and keep the new edition? Reference Allah. Imagine you can get a case of a 2010 scenario. You can get it today. Now that time, this law will not apply. Which law will apply? 2010 scenario, 2010 law only will apply. We did not have chat GPT to tell 2010. You should follow the latest one. But when the incident happened in the past, for that you need to follow the law on that day, not today. Understanding? Huh? Yes, huh? So remember that. We'll be seeing it in General Clause Act also. Huh? Amendment came in 2019, 2020. Correct. Before that, we followed exceptional rule of interpretation. We had to read and as or. Understood all of you? Hello? Yes? Now people, what we will do, then there are two types of books. One is called as people bare act. Bare act is nothing but people cut, copy, paste. You will take the legislator's language, you will put it in a book, you will print. That is called as bare act. Next one is people, there were authors. What they used to do, they used to simplify the content for you. For example, there will be an entire paragraph. Next to the paragraph, people, they will write, in short, what does this particular mean? They will try to give you an example. They will give you a summary. See, this is how the entire paragraph will be there. They will give you a summary here. There will be an entire paragraph. There will be a summary. These are called as marginal notes. Hello? So, sir, marginal notes can be an internal aid or not? Yes or no? Marginal notes are not an internal aid. Yes? Why? Why so? Very good. Marginal notes are not given to you by a lawmaker. It is given to you by some other author. Now, I will take Companies Act 2013. I will simplify it for you, and I will publish it as a book. You cannot consider this as a internal aid. Why? Because this was not there in the bare act. Now, whatever illustrations, help, summary I'm giving it to you, this is not given by the lawmaker. Now, my summary might be wrong. My summary might not be the intention of the lawmaker. So, how can you consider this as an internal help? Marginal notes are always given by private people, authors, jurists. Are you getting it? Scholars, PhD people, they will do it as a thesis. That cannot be considered as an internal aid, because remember, internal means what? Whatever is there in the law. This was not made by the lawmaker only. How will it be in the law? Hello? Understanding? If you see, they have given you as marginal notes, but they say, correct? Don't get carried away. Just because they have given it to you in the internal aid, that doesn't mean it is an internal aid. To say it is not. Because people will have an assumption. See, you guys do not know. But if you go 10 years back, people used to refer author's analysis and they used to say this is right. Hello? Hello? For example, even now, if you remember, when I was doing Companies Act 2013, Section 3A was there. What is Section 3A? Minimum number of members. What happens if minimum number of members goes below minimum requirement? What will happen? If the company still carries on the business for more than 6 months, whoever are the members, cognizant of the fact, will be unlimitedly liable for the contracts entered. After 6 months is your internal aid. What I said is, that is marginal notes given by me. Now go read the law. During such period, when I was doing that only, I told you, hello. Now you can't tell this is right. Hello? Are you understanding? I have my own reasons to say that is the interpretation. But you can't say this is the lawmaker's intention also. How can you say? This is my intention. Hello? Pushpak is like, sir, then what is it is right or wrong? It is my interpretation. Yes? Now you are turning the pages? Huh? Which one? Yeah. Kanishk, sir, tell us one thing. Can we write it or not? You're teaching something which we cannot write in the exam? Are you cheating us? People, look at this word. Last sentence. Contracted during. What is that time, da? No, you tell people. They. How will you get clarity, da? Lawmaker has written it. Any contracts entered during that time. I'll tell you one thing, people. In our own academy, we have 3 teachers. 3 teachers also gives different interpretation in our own academy. Avalla Belka. And I cannot claim what I'm saying is right. Neither can them. But you can write what I'm saying, it is right only. If not, why will I say? Yes, sir. Hello. Hello. Understanding? Yes. So, I'm not saying what I'm saying is right or wrong. It is interpretation. iOS is that only, people. When it is like this, tomorrow when a case comes, the judge will tell, okay, this is what you need to read it as. Then we will all get one case law. It will become a customary. We can say, okay, oh, this means this. I thought that. Until then, you are also right. I am also right. Sir, you're scaring us. For now, if at all I had to tell all of this, I would have told you there only. You guys follow what I've told. It is not, you don't think so much and all. After 6 months, you are liable. Until 6 months, you are not liable. Understood? Hello? Pakka? If I have to give you logic, imagine whenever you have applied for prospectus or you have applied for private placement, within how many days I have to allot you shares? 60 days. If not, 15 days I have to. If not, it will be considered as deposit. And I need to pay interest. Interest is from which day? Sixty-first day. 76th day. That you don't put it on me. You should remember it. 76? Why 76? First of all, go and see if you have written there or not. Basics will shake. Correct, Amacha, you're right. Whatever you're asking, there is no harm. After the expiry of written ilva printed. So remember, people, now I'll ask you a question. So you need to pay from 61st days what you have written, right? Now, people, why can't the lawmaker say from first day only you are liable to pay interest? Because 60 days also money was with you only, no? 60 days is given for you to allot. If you fail to do that, is when the interest will come into picture. That's why we are counting it from the 61st day there. Hello? Same way, 6 months is the time period given for you to make sure you increase the number. So until 6 months, you are not doing any non-compliance. After the 6 months, 1 day is when the non-compliance come into picture. That's the entire logic, how the Companies Act wholly stands. Not only here. I getting the point. So like that, I can give you 3-4 theories to say why this is right. But I'm saying, now, if some author, if I come and tell you, you cannot take this as a valid judgment and say, go and fight in the court. Sai sir said it is 6 months means this, sir. Take it as a valid interpretation, sir. And I have to win the case means it will not work. Because the marginal notes are never provided by the legislator. It is always provided by others. It can be authors. It can be jurists. It can be anyone else. Understanding? Hello. That's what they have written here is what? Marginal notes cannot be considered as a internal aid. Hello? I hope it makes sense. However, marginal notes offended, you can take it as affixed to. However, marginal notes affixed to articles of Constitution of India forms part of Constitution. Why? Because remember, people, this is given by the lawmaker himself. It is not given by any author. That means what? You know how have you ever seen Constitution of India? Done? Seen? Very nice. Okay. So if you actually look at it, possible go home and see Constitution of India, people. It's actually a book. I think it will be this part. The original book. The original book was a handwritten one. Yeah, it will be this book. This part. How was it written? Everything is handwritten. And you can see that whenever the entire article is done, at the end of the article, the lawmaker himself has given you the summary of that particular article. It is there in the Constitution, original written document, it is there. That's why only for Constitution of India, we will consider marginal notes as what? A part of Constitution of India, because it is written by the lawmaker himself. While at the time of forming Constitution itself, they have written the marginal notes. Getting the point? If at all it opens, we will see. I'll show it to you. Clear? Beautifully written, people. You should see the document. Each of the page has been actually painted. So there will be borders. Actually borders. Everything is painted. Yes? But beautiful looking document. Open ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ guru. You can find it in e-Congress library. They have digitalized everything. They have maintained it. Okay. Yes, people. Next one, people. Simple. Definitional section. What is definitional section, people? If I do not understand what do I mean by a subsidiary company, go and refer section 2, clause 87. Definitional section. I don't know what do I mean by small company. 285. Go and refer. So what do I mean by definitional section, people? When you do not understand any word in the act, the best help that can happen to you is go and refer the definition given in that particular act. They are referring to, people, here nothing but section 2. Hello? Yes. And how do they write the definition? They can write the definition in many ways, people. One, they will use the word called as means. One more is called as include. One more is called as means and include. What do you mean by that? For example, to understand that, see here. Whenever the words used are, see, if the word means is used, what do I mean by that? Means. That means what? Example, section 13 of Negotiable Instruments Act 1881. It says a negotiable instrument means a promissory note, bill of exchange, check. Can I add DD here? Can I add OD here, overdraft facility? Can I add all of that? Remember, the word means. Whenever the lawmaker has used the word means, that means you can't extend the definition. Whatever I have said, dead end. You can't add any word to the definition. When I have only said 3, it is 3. So whenever the lawmaker have used the word means, that means it's a dead end. You can't add any words to it. Sir, what if the lawmaker has used the word includes? You can add any number of words to it. Sir, give us an example. If you look at Consumer Protection Act, people, section 2, clause M says Consumer Protection Act, person includes. They did not use the word person means. And what have they said? Person includes firm, HUF, cooperative society, association of person. What about company? Is it included? Is it included? Hello? But you are free to write 5 and include the word company here. Is LLP included? No. Write down 6. Is trust included? Then okay. So people, what do I mean by that? If at all the word means is there, you cannot add any words to it. Whatever I have said is the law. If the lawmaker has used the word includes, it is like example, you can add to it. Are you understanding? All of you? Remember this, in General Clauses Act, again it will come. I'll not be explaining it there. I'm explaining everything here only. Means is always considered as exhaustive. That means I've done everything. I've given you every possible thing. You don't use your brain. Whenever the word includes is given, that means it is extensive. You can add words to that meaning. Hello? Machas? Give me good vibes. Okay.
What is that?
They don't say hundis is also negotiable instrument. They say hundi is a negotiable instrument in a regional language. So for example, if I enter into a negotiable instrument in Kannada, I will not title it as negotiable instrument. You will call it as a hundi. Now, I'm not calling it as a negotiable instrument. So is negotiable instrument applicable to it? That's why they said it is applicable. So it is not a hundi is a different category. In regional language, you call negotiable instrument as hundi. I'm saying it is negotiable instrument only in a different language. Allah, you're not getting my point. I'm not adding a different category. For example, imagine they have said cash means a note, yeah, or currency. What do I mean by hana, panam? No, by it is not written, no, there. Language, that's all. Clear, huh? Hello, all of you, understood? Okay. So means dead end. The word is exhaustive. Include, you can add to it. I hope it is clear, huh? Macha, pasingale. Okay, next one is people. Whenever the word used is means and include. Both will be there. Example is Sale of Goods Act. Goods definition. Goods means every kind of movable property. Means it includes. So sir, can I add another 2, 3, 4, 5? Yes, sir. That means what? You can add examples, fine, but that has to be under the ambit of movable property. You can't add land here. Understanding? Hello? So, sir, whenever the words used are means and includes, you need to consider it as an exhaustive. Sir, so we are not understanding, sir. Summary is simple. Means is there, you can't stretch it. Whatever is given is the law. Simple. Dead end. Done. Any doubts? Hello? Pakka? Means, includes, means and includes will again come in your General Clauses Act. Remember, important. One day, one concept. In 2 places they have given. Yes? I hope it is clear. Hello? And wherever they have used, means is not there. Sir, different words are used, sir, but include is there, but means is not there. Then treat it as extensive. For example, what do I mean by that? They will have given you something called as, say, means and include. They will give something called as applies and include. They will give something called as deemed to include. They will give something called as deemed to include. Simple people, wherever means is there, take it as exhaustive. What do I mean by exhaustive? You can't add to the definition. Wherever only includes is there, means is not there, then you treat it as people. Remember this and go. Clear? That's the summary. Clear? Understanding all of you? Hello? Any doubts? Pakka? Sure? Okay. The next one is what, people? Which one done? This one we have done? Okay. What do I mean by ambiguous? Ambiguous is nothing but people confusing. So remember, this is nothing but people harmonious construction only. You are never supposed to read the law in. What do we mean by that? You should not just read one section and you should not come to a conclusion. You are always supposed to read the law as a whole. That is what is internal aid they are telling you. Whenever you find something confusing, please read the law as a whole so that you will understand. Are you getting it? Hello? Pakka? Yes? Okay. Next one is called as people illustrations. What do I mean by illustrations? Remember, people, Open Indian Contract Act, every section, lawmaker himself has written in the bare act. This is the section, this is the example. This is the section, this is the example. Who has written? In Indian Contract Act, bare act examples are there. So that is only called as illustrations. I mean, I don't know if the file is not opening or else you can see it. Everything is given by the lawmaker himself. Now, is it an internal aid or not? If I'm now, for example, when I read the law for you, you will not understand. When I tell the example for you, you will understand. So, can I consider example as one of the aid? If it is given by the lawmaker, yes. Hello? Understanding it, huh? Real life case is an what is that? Customary case law. Yes. People, Party rightfully reside in the contract entitled to compensation. Illustration. A singer contracts with. Every section has an example. They did it in the era where there was no ChatGPT. Good, no? You have to appreciate them, no? And you know, people, the beauty of Indian Contract Act, Indian Constitution is amended more than 110 times. Constitution of India, we call it as mother of all the laws, is amended 110 times. Indian Contract Act is not even amended 3 times. After 19th century, not amended at all. That means what? You see how beautifully the law would have been drafted, which did not change. The language did not change with time, even after 150 years. You're still following that law. And I'm telling you, for next 25 years also will not change it. Beautifully written. Just that context you need to know. Okay, instead of letter, you assume it this way, but the context is still same. Offer is still valid, acceptance is still valid. And they have written it 150 years back. But that is not the case with Constitution. We could not do it like that. The best example I can tell you is there is an article in Constitution of India which said, do you guys know, right to speech is a fundamental right, correct? Right to education, right to movement, right to do any profession, right to property. It was a fundamental right. In 1966, they removed. That means what? From 1950, 16 years, if you are an Indian, you are eligible to get a property. It's your birthright. And that's why all our tatas had it. Fundamental, that means what you should have. In 1966, they realized, macha, population is growing in a very big way. This can no longer be a fundamental right. Struck down. Today, it is no longer a fundamental right. I'm saying fundamental right only taken away. Hello? Are you understanding? 110 times it has been amended. For example, same gender marriage. Constitution does not allow. What to do? Are you getting the point? Now, why all these debates? Should we amend it? Let us amend. Criticism. Let us take it back. It will go. Hello? Constitution says only for financial matters, Kashmir is considered as India. That's why only financial laws will apply on Kashmir. If anyone has studied Indian Contract Act in 2021, 2022 and all, your first statement will be, this law applies to whole of India except Jammu and Kashmir. Because Contract Act is not a financial law. Until the recent thing happened. Now, where was it written? In Constitution. I have to change it. Everything, people, are you understanding? Yes. In fact, people, you'll not believe, I always used to get awestruck with a person, whoever writes a law. You need to live in a future to anticipate people can do this and have to block that road. Audit. I have to anticipate people will do this and have to block the road. And how beauty, people, you tell me, I always tell this, you want to understand your communication skill. This is something which I used to do to improve my communication skill. What? Take a paper, write a letter. The first thing you can start with is, people, write a leave letter. Let us imagine still we are in that generation. You're writing a leave letter not to your teacher. You're no longer a student. Write a leave letter to your employer. Make it sounded in a professional way. Try to write it down. You see where you stand in communication. You will know. You will know the art whether your mind is giving you words or not. Hello? Not applicable for everyone, but it will applicable for most of us. It's a very good thing to do. Understanding? Yes. So keep it in mind. Okay. Next one is people illustrations done. Next one people proviso. What do I mean by proviso? Proviso people, remember, it can be considered as three things people. In the section itself will be there. Three words could have been used. One is called as people exception. One is called as people proviso. One is called as people saving clause, or it is also written as save as. What do I mean by that? Proviso. Can you give me an example? You guys can give it 100%. What is provision? Proviso means what? In law, what do I mean by proviso? In section, what do I mean by proviso? Huh? Very good. This is proviso. Exception means this. Now, you said you only thought this. So I'm giving it back to you. What is proviso? Provided that is called proviso. Correct. Wherever you have seen the word provided or provided that in the law is called as proviso. Sir, illa sir, we are not able to recollect. Private company people, the maximum number of members in a private company is 200, provided. So joint shareholders should be treated as one, provided. If at all there are past and present employee, I don't correct. Provide. So what do I mean by provided? Sir, generally this is how it is, but I'm giving you one deviation. So this is nothing but it's a deviation in law. Generally, you need to do it this way. But if I'm giving you a deviation, it is allowed. That is only called as proviso. Now, what do I mean by exception? If you go with English, exception means that only diversion. But what do I mean by exception actually? Exception means people nothing but whenever I exempt any section for a company completely in totality, I will use the word called as an exception. Give me an example, sir. Section 1012, 107 and 109 does not apply to a private company. Why? These sections are an exception to the private company. If their articles of association provide, only then it will apply to them. If not, this will not apply. Hello, exception. There is no deviation at all. Directly I'm telling you, not applicable. Nothing is applicable to you. Provision means people. There will be some special scenarios. Exception, nothing, not applicable, done and dusted. There is no rule, nothing, it will not be deviation at all. Directly I'll tell you it is not applicable to you. Hello? But in private company, what did I tell? Maximum is 200. If they're employees, I'm giving an exception, okay? Employees are there, past, present. I'm giving you a little deviation. Exception means I should generally tell off. This is how it is. For a private company, this entire rule will not apply. That's all. That is an exception. Proviso means a little deviation. Are you understanding? Hello? Pakka? Any doubts? OPC, exception. Huh? Small company. So all these are exception. It is not applicable. That's all. Hello? Understood? Pakka na? I hope you're understanding. Chance. People, when you guys are reading this in book, everything has an example. Don't worry. So when I'm seeing, say, proviso, private company, see here, provided. Yes. Now when I'm saying exception, see, what and all is not applicable to a private company. It's an exception. All these are not applicable to a private company. Hello? What do you mean by save as? It says, see, save as provided in section 61. A company may, by a special resolution and after complying with the procedure specified in this section, alter the provision of memorandum of association. What do I mean by save as? Section 13 is giving reference to section 61. What was section 61? Alteration of capital. So capital clause, if it has to alter in MOA, what was section 13? Alteration of MOA. What was section 61? Now, don't you think if I only say follow section 13 for alteration of MOA, hello, there is another specific section made only for capital clause. Yes or no? Now you tell me, using only section 13, can I change of all the clauses of MOA? Possible? For every particular thing, I have to follow that specific section as well. For example, object clause, we refer to section 27 also. Name clause, we refer to rectification also. That means, can I say section 13 is of no use? Section 13 is generally telling if you want to alter MOA, people, this is the rule. However, please also read section 61. That will not fade away. That is more specific section that will prevail. When I say both the sections will prevail, when I'm saying that, that will not fade away. That is not, I'm not saying ignore the other section. When I'm telling you have to read both, I use the word called as save as. What do I mean by save as? I'm telling you, don't ignore section 61. I'm saying you need to read section 61 also. You need to come and read section 13 also. Hello? Are you understanding? Correct. Hello? Any doubts here? Pakka. So these are the three words. One is called as proviso, exception, save as. Proviso, a little deviation. Exception, total exemption. Third one is people, save as. Save as is basically we giving a reference to another section and both will prevail. Hello? Clear? Okay. The next one, sir, is what is that? Explanation. What is explanation, people? Best example, people, is section 2, clause 6. What is this? Associate company. What do I mean by significant influence? The law itself has written like this. Here, associate company. What do I mean by significant influence? They have given explanation for the purpose of this clause. Significant influence means. Understanding? They have given you a reference. So explanation means when the lawmaker himself is explaining you about any particular word, you need to follow that word. That is only called as what, people? Explanation. Understood? Yes. Done. Schedules, people. What is schedule 3? Format of balance sheet. What is schedule 7? CSR. Correct. Now, whenever in the act, I told you, whenever the act becomes lengthy, what do? We say, please go towards the end and try to refer the schedules. Schedules are also part of the act only. Hello? Now, schedule 3, I can't say it is there in some other book. It is there in Companies Act only. So if I get any doubts on balance sheet and P&L account, I'll go and refer schedule 3. If I'm having any doubt in section 135, I will go and refer schedule 7. But remember, when the act is clear, always, this is a thumb rule. When act is clear, the aids will not help. Even the same with schedule also. When section and schedules, if they are contradicting, they are opposite, always remember section will prevail. Again, I'm telling, when there is a conflict between section and schedule, always remember section only will prevail. In any given day, I'm telling in any internal aid, that is the scenario. Hello? Yes, sir? Hello? The last one, sir, remember the statute should always be read as a whole. Multiple times it will keep coming. You should not or you should never read it in isolation. You have to read it as a whole to make it as a sensible meaning. Hello? Because, okay, Devak's question is, sir, why did they not define the significant influence under section 2 only as a definition? Why did they define it under associate company? Why did they have to write it as an explanation? Because significant influence word comes in the act multiple times. Example, SBO. There it is not 20, there it is 10. So whenever that section deserves a different meaning, we will use the word explanation. When that word means the same throughout the act, we will use it in the definition. But a good one, remember. Okay, last one, people, is external aids. Simple, easiest. So, sir, whenever now my internal aid also, my check the entire act, sir, it did not make any help for me. Now, what do I do? The only thing left for me is, people, external aid. That is nothing but first one, people, historical setting. This is nothing but, people, background. The best example I told you is it can be of that prostitute case. Historical background is what led you to this scenario. Read. Hello? Understanding? FEMA. If someone comes and question, you can be little more liberal. Today, okay. What about the time of FERA? Historical background. We feared FEMA for a reason. Historical setting. Nothing but background. Read it, you will get a context. Next one, people. Consolidating statutes and previous laws. What do I mean by that? Sir, I'm confused on something. What to do? In GST, I'm confused. What to do? Remember, people, in 2017, 18, 19 and all, if you're confused in any topic of GST, what we used to do? We used to go and refer to service tax. We used to go and refer to VAT. What do I mean by consolidating statutes? That means, if at all, what is GST? We have subsumed so many laws and we have made it one law. Na? So in 2016, we got GST. Now, if I have any doubts, it came only in 2016. Now, if I have doubt, what to do? We used to go and refer to the service tax. We used to go and refer to excise duties, customs. We used to get some background, some reference. That's the meaning of, people, previous laws or consolidating statutes. Consolidating means what? When 3-4 laws are subsumed and made one law. If you are finding anything difficult or confusing, go and read those previous laws. You will be able to understand something. Hello? Understanding, all of you? Yes? Okay. Next one is, people, usage. Usage is nothing but I can write customs only. Yes or no? If I have to understand a particular word, I will go to my customs only, right? How that particular word has been used so far in the society. So usage is nothing but, people, custom. How a particular word has been interpreted for a long period. So if you are finding some word difficult, we will try to understand how that word has been interpreted over a period of time. And that is what the meaning that word will get. Understanding, all of you? One is usage. Next one is, people, earlier and later acts or analogous act. What do you mean by this? Earlier and later act means, people, nothing but, what if there is a conflict between two laws? In the same law, if there is a conflict, we call it as harmonious construction. You remember Article 13(2) and 368 of Constitution of India? Then we will apply harmonious rule of construction. What if there is a conflict between one law and another law? They are two different. First rule is, people, you have to read it together. Parliamentary, you have to read it together. You can't ignore one law and you cannot follow one law. That is not the rule. You have to read it as a whole. But sir, what if there is a conflict? For example, I can easily give you an example. Share application money. According to Companies Act, as people, you need to collect 5% upfront as share application money. SEBI says you need to collect 25%. This exact scenario is called as, people, whenever there is a conflict between two acts. Now what to do? It is your duty to follow both. But if at all it is not able to follow, then try to see if section itself is saying something. Now, if you read, people, your Companies Act, it says say that is 5% or such other percentage as SEBI has specified. I have only said SEBI is superior. So easy for us to interpret. Now, what if Companies Act has not said that? What do we do? Now, we will say two things. What? The law is telling earlier law and later law. Which is earlier, which is later? Companies Act came in people 2013. SEBI came in people earlier and later law. Which one will prevail? They will always say people, later law will prevail. Hello? So, sir, based on this, can I say, sir, whatever Companies Act said is valid? Can I say that? I'm giving you one context, not always that holds good. I need to put more interpretations here. This is general rule. This is specific law. Now, if I'm talking about a listed company, I will not apply this rule now. I will say in between general law and specific law, always specific law will prevail. That time I will say for a listed company, specific law will prevail. So what do I mean? Remember, in a scenario, it is not always that only one rule of interpretation will work. There can be multiple rules of interpretation as well. Don't think if one is there, then sir, then other thing it will not work. It's not like that. Based on that scenario, what best fits, you will have to follow. Understanding? Pakka? Yes? Okay. That is the meaning of people earlier and later acts. If there is a pure conflict, always remember the later acts will prevail. Hello? Okay. Next one, people. Dictionary definition. Whenever people try to see internally, not there. Try to refer section 2, not there. Then the last thing left, people, is go and use it in the outside your normal dictionary. See what is the meaning of that particular word. External only, no? Yes or no? The last one is, people, usage of foreign decisions. If you guys remember, people, your Indian Contract Act, you guys had so many case laws, right? Balfour versus Balfour, Salomon versus Salomon, Cargill versus Carbolic Smoke Ball Company. Why we don't have any Kempanna versus Timmaya? We have Chinnaya versus Ramaya. Moiri Bibi versus Dharmodas Ghosh. Now we have all of this, right? Gauri Dutt versus Lakshmi Dutt versus Gauri Dutt versus Moiri Bibi versus Dharmodar Ghosh. Lalman Shukla versus Gauri Dutt. CSK versus RCB. Yes, people. Now, why do we have all that foreign laws? Why are we referring to Salomon? UK. Why are we referring to Balfour versus Balfour? UK and Colombo. UK only, most of it. Carlyle versus Carbolic Smoke Ball Company. UK. Why are we referring to those case laws? Why is it relevant for India? Two ways to look at it. Remember, it is okay to take the help of foreign decisions. If such similar story has happened outside India, it is okay to depend on that. Legally allowed. That is one perspective. Second perspective, people, remember, Indian Contract Act was made for us by Britishers only. So our law and their law is same. So when our law and their law is same, the interpretation also will be same. The case also will be same. That's why we took all foreign decisions for our Indian Contract Act. But sir, will it always bind us? No, you can only help. Foreign decisions, if someone proves it the other way around, it does not dictate the Indian court. Sir, in foreign court, they have said that, you should also say that only. It will not bind us, but we can take it as a help. If it is not serving your purpose, it is okay. It will not bind us, but you can always take it as a help. Hello? Yes? Understood? Meaning? Which one? Using previous case laws is called as What do you mean by common law? See, in classification of interpretation, there is legal. Legal can be further classified into usual. What do I mean by usual? Yes. Now, why we called marginal, why did we even categorize it under internal aiders? In some old laws, as I quoted for constitution and all, the lawmakers themselves have used it in the previous laws. So now I cannot give it as both. So what did they say? They categorized that as an internal aid. Wherever applicable, applicable. Now what happened? If I give it as an external aid, now you are not an authorized person, because who is giving marginal notes? It can be anyone. Now imagine tomorrow, who am I? But if I commit at a book and someone refers it, he will go and present it in the court if I allow it as an aid. So that's why they had to take a call. They put it as an internal aid and they said to become, it has to be given by the legislator. If I put it as an external, it will become an aid. Hello? Clear, Ram? Yes, Sam? Hello? Any doubts? Any doubts? Hello? Clear? Yes? Pakka? Okay. Anyone wants to sing? Haila, ready, Ada? You don't know how to sing, huh? Come, Daila. One song, Haila. When, Haila? You will sing or Kanish will sing? Kanish will like, Goda, unfriending. Lavanya has to sing. Come, Lavanya, ready? Huh? Why sing on Sunday? She was practicing. Lavanya, come then. Today you have to rock the floor. Sorry, rock the floor means Mammootty will come. Akshara, you want to sing? Akshara, you had to actually sing 4 songs now. Anyone wants to sing? Kala, you want to sing, Kala? Kala is like, I'm bored, sir. Person, you want to sing, Kala? Akshata will sing. She had to sing, Noda. Ah, yes. Nitin, you didn't say yours. Nitin, come, you come first. Come. Come, Nitin, come. Come, Nitin, come. Rock the floor, da. I'll go that side. Huh? Arvind. Who is Arvind? Arvind?
I'll just sing few lines.
Hey, close the door, da. Hey, okay.
I'll just sing few lines. Song is AMI Poyave.
Oh, nin karitino. Nin concert of Martin. Ah. आराम से
నీతో ప్రతి పేజీ నింపేశానే తెరవక ముందే పుస్తకమే విసిరేశావు నాలో ప్రవహించే ఊపిరివే ఆవిరి చేసి ఆయువునే తీసేశావు నిన్ను వీడిపోనంది నా ప్రాణమే నా ఊపిరినే నిలిపేది నీ ధ్యానమే సగమేనే మిగిలున్న శాసనమిది చెబుతున్నా పోనే లేని నిన్ను దియే
Come down, you also come off like that only. Oh no. Ah. Come down, wait down. Anja, come on. You'll have no some playlist. You should take it and you'll sing it off. Vidya, come down, you'll sing, Noda. Come down, Vidya. Come down, sing one song. Come down, Vidya. Yes, done. Devaka. Yes. Yes, madam. Charana. Charan. Edumalai. Edumalai, you want to sing? Yes, Divya. Bani. Varshan. Shivaji. Tanana style. Ah, yes, sir. Okay. That's okay. Sing.
I'm singing a song from Kannada that is from Mugulu Nage movie.
Aram se. Ah, no tension.
Mugulu Nage he ni he. Mugulu Nage he ni he. ಯಾರಿರದ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀ ಏಕೆ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವೆ ತುಸು ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಹೇಳು ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತುಟಿಯೇ ಬೇಕೇ ನಿನಗೆ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋವಿಗೆ ನಗುವೆ ನೀನೇಕೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ಹೇ ನೀ ಹೇಳು ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ಹೇ ನೀ ಹೇಳು ಸಾಕಾಗದ ಏಕಾಂತವ ನಿನ್ನಿಂದ ನಾ ಕಳಿತೆ ಯಾಕಾಗಿ ನೀ ಮರೆಮಾಚುವೆ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಕತೆ ಸೋತಂತಿದೆ ಸಂಭಾಷಣೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲುವುದು ನಿನಗೆ ಹೊಸತೆ ಅಳುವೊಂದು ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ ಅರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗು ಇಷ್ಟೊಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತನಾಗಿ ಹಾಡಿದರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ಹೇ ನೀ ಹೇಳು ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ನೀ ಹೇಳು ಯಾರಿರದ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀ ಏಕೆ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವೆ ಕನ್ನಡಿಯ ಜಲಪಾತವ ಬಂಧಿಸಲು ನೀ ಯಾರು ನೀ ಮಾಡುವ ನಗೆ ಪಾಟಲು ಖಂಡಿಸಲು ನಾ ಯಾರು ಸಂತೋಷಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂತಾಪಕ್ಕೂ ಇರಳಿ ಬಿಡು ಒಂದೇ ಬೇರು ಕಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಮಳೆಗೆ ಕೊಡೆ ಹಿಡಿವ ಆಸೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಹತ್ತು ಬಿಡು ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಗಬೇಡ ಹೀಗೆ ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ಹೇಳು ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ಹೇಳು ಯಾರಿರದ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀ ಏಕೆ ಜೊತೆಗಿರುವೆ.
Kannada Lavanya. Okay, I was here. Hello. See Lavanya, you had come. You could have skipped it. Okay, now see here, people. The last topic of this chapter, Takataka Street of done. Now, for example, till now, whatever we have seen, people, is interpretation of statutes. Now, let us imagine whenever there is a conflict. Now, you and ArivuPro fight. Yes, you will not fight on a law. You will fight on an agreement. Whatever you and them you have entered, it can be an invoice. It can be anything, whatever you guys have signed. You will fight on that. Yes or no? Hello? Now, no law here will directly apply. The first thing is you are fighting on an agreement. Now, for example, partnership deed. What are you fighting there? You're not, first is, okay, partnership act is there, but you guys have agreed on an agreement. You're fighting on that first. So, sir, the second part is called as people, rules of interpretations when you're reading deeds and documents. When you're reading that, what is the interpretation you need to give? There is hardly some 4 rules or 5 rules, that's all. Simple ones. What is that? See here. The cardinal rule is to ascertain the intention of the parties to the instrument after considering all the words in the document or deed concerned in their ordinary and natural sense. For this purpose, the document have to be considered as a whole. Same thing we saw in law also. So that means they are telling you in partnership deed, don't just read the first paragraph, read all the paragraphs for you to understand the entire document. You just can't understand you can't just read the first paragraph and you cannot assume to understand the entire deed. So to understand, you need to read the whole document. Correct, huh? Okay. Next one, people. The circumstances in which the particular words are used. The circumstances under which the particular words are used. And we can also club the next one also. What is that? The status and training of the parties using the words. If I can club and give you an example, say, if imagine if we are using the word called as property. What do I mean by property? What is Hello? Hey, anything you did, huh? Hey, nothing. It's not working here. What? Hello? 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 Hey, hello? Hey, why do you mess with that one? Okay, now see here. So the circumstance and status and training. Now try to see here. Now in an agreement, people, what if they have used the word called as property? What do I mean by property? Ownership. Property means ownership. Property means what? Okay, title or ownership. What does property mean? Property means what? Something we own. Property. Property means that. Hello. Hey. Hey, it is not working. Does see if there is any loose connection or something. Hey, like that, don't take it off, da. Hundreds of systems. You look at the setup. Hey, why da? Hello. Hello. Not working. See that wire. What did you do last time? Hello. Okay, listen. That is not working. Now, people, listen. So, what are the laws here? Now, let us imagine what do you mean by the word property? What is property? You can tell in basic language. Now, what do you mean by property? If I ask you what does property means, what will you say? Land. Yes, sir. What do you mean by the word? If you look at both the circumstances, the status, and training means people. Let us imagine. Now, when I said property, certain people, now say foundation people, they said property means ownership because they have gone or they have seen that particular definition. That means what? A technical person and non-technical person, there is a difference. If a lawyer is using the word property and if a software engineer is using a property, the context is different. For a software engineer, the word property means what, people? The word property means for a software engineer, he will always mean land. But for a lawyer, in an act, it is defined as property means ownership. Same way, person means what? For a CA, the word person means all these people. For a software engineer, person means something. Are you getting the point? Yes. Now, people, that is what is the meaning of the status, the training, the circumstance. So, when you have formed a deed, you need to know who has written it. I cannot say property means ownership or property means land just by looking at the word property. You need to know, if at all there is a conflict, you need to know who wrote that agreement. Was it between two software engineers? They definitely wouldn't have meant person means company. They would have meant person means an individual. Yes or no? That is what they're trying to tell you. So when you're interpreting a deed or a document, you need to give weightage to what? Their technicalities, their background. And then you need to understand how to use that word in that particular agreement. Understanding? All of you. Online audible, ada? Next thing, people, it says, it is an identity that same word cannot, true, understood, What do you mean, people? Imagine in the first paragraph, we interpreted person as a human. In the fifth paragraph, you cannot say person means company. In the same deed, the same word will have the same meaning. In the same deed, the same word cannot have two different meanings. Make sense? In the first paragraph, I can't say person means individual. In the third paragraph, I cannot assume person here means company. If you have assumed a word as one, it should assume the same meaning throughout. Hello? Day. Oh. If there is a conflict between two or more clauses, that means what? Let us imagine, people, if there are 40 clauses. Clauses means what? Paragraphs. If there is a conflict between 5th paragraph and say 28th paragraph, 5th paragraph is telling go left, 28th paragraph is telling you to go right. See, first thing is harmonious construction. You have to read the deed as a whole. But if it is not making sense, we just saw whenever there is a conflict between later act and earlier act, which act will prevail? Here, earlier provision will prevail. That means what? If there is a conflict between 8th clause and 26th clause, 8th clause will prevail and not the later clause. Remember that. It's a rule of interpretation. See, that's why I'm saying this is not a law. This is a rule Allah. This is nothing but, now whatever interpretation of statutes, it's not an act. It is not written in any court. It is based on certain places. They have followed certain things and they would have given this to you as a help. That's all. Correct. Now let us imagine if this logic does not work for you, then you need not follow. It is not an act. Are you understanding? These are not binding on you. If you are confused, you can use these interpretation techniques. These are not laws, right? They did not give you interpretation of Statute Act 1990. These are not acts. These are not binding on you directly. But if you are confused at any given point of time, you can rely on this. Understanding? Hello? Hello? Okay. Any doubts here? No? That's all? Pakka? Okay. That is this iOS chapter. Any doubts? Hello?